Oh, okay, there it's on. Can I get everybody to grab a seat and don't be shy? Come on up front. All right, I gave you a little more time. I forgot my glasses. Okay, we're going to, about 2-minute warning. Get everybody to gravitate in. Okay, I've got my script here. I should turn it around. I was about to welcome everybody to the last one of the day. I should start from the beginning there. We have good programming. All right. I'm getting a thumbs up from Natasha. Perfect. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm John Evers, President and CEO of ACEC New York, and welcome to the first full day of the 2022 Winter Conference. I keep saying this is my first winter conference, but I did sneak into one when I was with the Business Council. So it's my second winter conference, my first one in charge, and I'm told that this is the busiest day of the event. So looking at the schedule, I think we're telling me the truth. We have a lot going on. Today, we have the full main track program featuring agency presenters and 3 parallel tracks for CFOs, emerging leaders, and HR personnel. As a reminder, main track attendees are welcome to attend any of the 3 track sections. Our annual infrastructure networking reception will take place this evening in this very room here in the Capitol Center, where there will be many opportunities to build connections with legislators and industry leaders. We also are honoring the Legislator of the Year, Assemblyman Ken Zebrowski. Before we introduce our keynote speaker this morning, please join me in welcoming to the podium Albany Mayor Kathy Sheehan, who will be officially kicking off our busy day. Kathy Sheehan is in her second term as Albany's 75th mayor. Mayor Sheehan has dedicated her administration to creating a city of opportunity, leading with a commitment to equality, equity, responsible government that includes diverse community voices. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my mayor, because I do live in the city, Kathy Sheehan. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you so much, John, and congratulations to you. I know you've been in this position for a while, but because we have not been in spaces together, I haven't had the opportunity to congratulate you personally, and I've always enjoyed working with you, and I think the council is in very good hands with you at the helm. So it is a pleasure to be able to welcome people to the City of Albany. I recently attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting in Washington, D.C., and we were committed to having it in person and to make sure that we were following protocols, and it was wonderful to see my fellow mayors in person. It was a much smaller crowd than we normally would have, but still, it was really important to be able to have the opportunity not only to talk about our work, but to be able to have those social interactions and really work and see our colleagues again. And the other important thing is looking at the landscape out there and just the amount of funding and the amount of money that is out there to be had by municipalities, by states, by the private sector. It's really remarkable. And so I've never attended a winter meeting before where we had cabinet secretaries begging us to spend their money. And so if they're begging us to spend their money, we're spending it on infrastructure projects, on rebuilding and reimagining our cities, reimagining our built infrastructure and our built environment, and doing it in really exciting and innovative ways. And so I know that we're creaking back to life here, and it's a virtuous circle. You know, I walked out of my hotel when I was in DC to go to the Starbucks that's across the street, that's always been across the street, and it wasn't across the street. It had closed. So a lot of restaurants not open in Washington, and I know here Getting back that lunch business is a challenge, and we're going to meet that challenge. But having a conference here, having you come here and recognize the importance of this type of opportunity to interact with state government, to be in your incredible state capital here in New York State, we're so grateful that you have come. And we will never, ever take for granted again that we have these types of gatherings and meetings. And it's my honor and privilege to welcome you here. I hope you have a wonderful stay. And I look forward to all of the incredible work that the people in this room are going to be doing across this state. I think we're all going to be very, very busy for a very long time, and that is good for every single one of us. So thank you for coming. John?
Thank you, Mayor Sheehan. I appreciate that. It's always good to have partners with your elected officials, and being an Albany resident, I'm looking forward to watching the roads and bridges around the Capital District being rebuilt and repaved under the IIJA and the DOT Capital 5-Year Plan. What I'd like to do now is introduce our keynote for the morning, Charles Dougherty. Charles Dougherty is a vice president and economist with Wells Fargo Corporate Investment Bank, based in Charlotte, North Carolina. He covers the U.S. economy with a focus on commercial real estate, housing, construction, and regional sectors of the economy. He regularly writes indicator reports, produces special commentary, and contributes to the company's weekly economic and financial commentary. His work on the U.S. economy has been featured in various regional and national media publications, including Bloomberg Knows, Yahoo Finance, and the Washington Post. Please help me welcome Charles Dougherty. Charles? Take off your mask.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you, and good morning, everybody. Who's optimistic about 2022? Yeah, I'm optimistic. I'm going to tell you why I'm optimistic. Things right now in terms of the economy are looking pretty good. We just got the final numbers for 2021, and we just had the fastest year of economic growth since 1984. Yes, there are some problems, there are some challenges out there. We are moderating a little bit, we're cooling down from that very, very robust pace of growth. We have inflation. We have rampant labor shortages. Supply chains are in disarray. Despite all of those things, though, despite all of those headwinds, the economy is growing at a very strong rate. And even though we expect the economy to slow down a little bit over the next few years, even with that moderation, the economy is still going to be performing very strong at a pace well above what we've seen over the past 2 decades. So I have some slides here I'm going to go through that sort of help visualize what I'm talking about and help visualize why I'm optimistic, at least from an economics perspective, about 2022 and even 2023. So first, let's get this out of the way. Yes, we're still dealing with the public health situation, right? We're seeing the surge in the Omicron variant of COVID. It's here. The good news is it seems to be peaking. Just as quickly as it came up, it seems to be coming back down. The second piece of good news here is that we have this expanding toolbox of therapeutics, of vaccines. We're learning to live with this thing. The inherent virulence of the Omicron variant seems to be not as severe as previous variants. So put that all together, I think we've seen the worst of the pandemic. knock on wood. But I think everything's going to get better from here on out. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a virologist, but things certainly seem to be moving in that direction. Because we're seeing less or fewer severe outcomes from this, thanks to the vaccines, thanks to the therapeutics, these waves of the pandemic are having less and less of an impact on the economy. So even if this isn't the end, even if this is sort of, a new normal where it's going to be endemic and so forth, we are learning to live with this. The economy is not going to be as impacted as it was in 2020. So that's good news. But the economy is growing at a very strong rate. What I'm showing here is real GDP. When I talk about the economy or economic growth, this is generally what I'm talking about. So you can see where we've been over the past 2 years, right? We saw the worst, the most severe economic downturn that we've seen basically since World War II. And we bounced back partway. We've been climbing higher ever since. Right now, where we're at is we're essentially back to where we should have been. We're back to the trend path of the economy, that path that we were on before the pandemic. So if you follow that blue line, imagine, no COVID. Right now, that's essentially where we're back to in terms of the economy. So how did we get here? It was the most severe economic contraction we've ever had, but it was also the most short-lived. We've never seen the economy bounce back quite as quickly as we have over the past 2 years. Normally, it takes a much longer time to recover from a recession. How did we accomplish that feat? Well, part of it is because we've seen a mountain of fiscal support. One of the reasons why I'm sort of optimistic about the future is, in fact, this infrastructure bill that's going to pay out essentially over the next 3, 4, 5 years. But overall, fiscal spending has been extremely supportive of the overall economy. To give you some numbers, the economy contracted in 2020 by about $2 trillion. We spent about $5 trillion in response. So that's one of the reasons why we were able to come back so quickly. It's also one of the reasons why we're seeing inflation and supply chain issues. Because right now, we're growing just a little bit faster than potential. We're going faster than the speed limit in terms of the economy. But overall, I think the upshot here is all of the problems that you hear about, inflation, labor shortages, supply chains, those are certainly big challenges. But they are coming as a result of a strong economy, strong demand in the economy. And I want you to remember that, because even though things are slowing down, because the economy is slowing down, that means that some of those challenges should start to resolve over the course of this year. If we don't see such strong demand, if things cool off, that takes some of the stress off our supply chains. That helps cool inflation. Less fiscal support helps bring labor off the sidelines. So again, these are all reasons why 2022 stands to be a lot better than even 2021, where we saw the fastest economic growth since 1984. We're not going to see that strong rate of growth again, but overall economic conditions will be very strong. The other reason why we came back so quickly in terms of the economy is, as I mentioned, this big support in terms of fiscal spending. And how that impacted the economy is it really bolstered household balance sheets. So what we're seeing right now is households are sitting on a really big pile of cash. What I'm showing here is our estimation of how much excess savings there are in the economy right now. $2.4 trillion saved over the course of the past 2 years. This is going to bolster consumer spending. Consumer spending is about 70% of the economy. So as consumer spending goes, so goes the economy in most cases. So this was built up from direct household checks, PPP programs that kept people employed. The other factor adding to this big pile of cash that's going to be spent out over the next few years is the pandemic itself, which sort of cut off our ability to travel, to go out to eat. So we've had this forced thrift in a way, where we've been forced to save. So now is all this money going to be spent out in the economy, driving consumer spending and driving the overall economy? Yes, some of it's going to be saved, some of it's going to be, invested or used to pay down debt. But most of this $2.4 trillion is going to be spent on services, on goods, on things like that. So we're slowing down. The economy's moderating. But if you're looking for reasons on why consumer spending, which again is a big part of the economy, is going to be still very strong over the next few years, look no further than this slide. Household balance sheets remain in an incredibly good place. I mentioned there's still a lot of challenges, and that's certainly true. And again, a lot of these challenges are because consumer spending has been so strong. So what I'm showing is spending on goods meaning cars, TVs, exercise equipment, all of those things that consumers have purchased in large quantities over the past 2 years as we've shifted into this new normal where a lot of high contact services have been off limits. So you can see that. That's that blue line. That's spending on goods, well above trend. Right now, retail sales are about 20% above where they were before the pandemic. That red line is inbound container volumes. So when you see that long line of container ships waiting off the coast of Los Angeles and Long Beach, those container ships have all of the stuff that's missing from grocery stores or retailers. All that stuff that's hard to find is sitting on those ships. So because consumer spending has been so strong, we're sort of overwhelming our supply chains, which have been built for efficiency, not so much resiliency. So if you think, okay, consumer spending is going to be strong, but probably not as strong as it's been for the past 2 years. We don't have that fiscal support that we had, the direct checks, the expanded unemployment benefits, things like that. So consumer spending is probably going to slow down. So if consumer spending slows down, that takes the pressure off of supply chains. Things that aren't going to immediately revert back to 2019 levels, But less pressure on supply chains, less pressure on distribution systems, less pressure on transportation. That is what's causing a lot of the inflation we're seeing. So slower consumer spending, less pressure, supply chains, less hot inflation. And we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But because consumer spending has been so strong, and I'll reiterate this, consumer spending is a very big part of the economy. This has spilled over into the manufacturing sector. So manufacturers have seen the strongest demand they've probably ever seen, at least in recent memory, because consumer demand has been so strong. Right here, this is the Empire State Manufacturing Index. It's been strong in New York, it's been strong everywhere in the country. The problem is supply chains have been disrupted, and manufacturers can't keep up with the demand, and they can't find the parts or the labor needed to keep up with this very strong demand. So the manufacturing part of the economy is doing very well also. Now, manufacturing doesn't play the same role in our economy as it did 50 years ago, but it's still an extremely, extremely important piece of the United States economy. One way we sort of wanted to show the level of stress on supply chains is this slide. And this is, we call this the pressure gauge. I'm not going to go through all of these individually, but green means good, red means not so good. So you can see we're still far away from normal operating conditions in terms of global supply chains. Very strong household balance sheets, very strong consumer spending. This past year was record in terms of holiday spending. That compounded the problem. But again, I'm presenting a case, okay, why are things going to look better this year? Well, after the holidays and people aren't spending as much, that'll reduce the cost of shipping from China to the United States, for example. As COVID risks subside and there's less restrictions involved with the economy, that's also going to help the supply chain issue. It's not going to go away completely, but over the course of 2022, supply chains start to normalize. They look better, and we've probably seen the worst of the supply chain dysfunction that we saw and probably peaked in 2021. And this is why I'm optimistic. So it's not just supply chains that are causing inflation. There's labor shortages out there. Businesses are forced to raise wages. People are getting more money. Businesses have more pricing power. Prices are coming up. But at the root of this, aside from the supply chain issue, is there's just simply not enough labor out there. So what I'm showing is the unemployment rate versus labor force participation. So the key thing to look at on this slide is that red line. That's labor force participation, and labor force participation right now is still well below what it was in 2019. Every single business I talk to, every single industry, they're all going through the same thing right now. You can't find people to come work. So why is this? And more importantly, why is this going to be better this year? Well, Remember, we had a lot of fiscal support, the direct checks, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people had a big financial cushion. So when you have the pandemic, plus the financial cushion, and understandably, if you are concerned about contracting the virus, or maybe you live with somebody who you're concerned about them getting the virus, understandably, you're going to not want to work. So this has reduced labor force participation, just the virus itself. With that financial cushion on top of it, maybe you had 2 jobs before the pandemic. With that financial cushion, now you only need 1 job. Again, COVID is the reason why labor force participation is lower right now. It's the root cause. We've seen this acceleration in retirements. Our demographics in the United States, it's an aging demographic. We have a lot of baby boomers and a lot of younger millennials. So when you have COVID, you have this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. It's not really surprising to see a lot of retirements, especially within the baby boomer cohort. So that right there removes a lot of the supply, and the whole labor market feels the impact. So right now, the unemployment rate is 3.9%. In April of 2020, the unemployment rate was in the double digits. We've recovered very quickly. The labor market is extremely tight right now for all of these reasons. So that 3.9% in terms of unemployment, and you should remember this, before the pandemic, the unemployment rate was 3.5%. And that was considered a very low rate of employment. That is what we were trying to get back to. A few months ago, when you heard folks at the Federal Reserve come out and speak, they would say, we want to get back to where we were in 2019, 3.5%, in that range. Well, now we are back there. And this is important for monetary policy, because there's going to be another big change coming, too. So remember that. But why are we going to see better labor force participation this year? If my thesis of, okay, COVID is impacting the labor force the most, and the financial cushion, that big pile of savings that's been built up, that's going to start to shrink in 2022. People will have more incentive to come work. COVID risks, if you believe that we've seen the worst of the pandemic, the worst of the public health crisis, that'll get more people back into the labor force as well, especially into the high contact industries, where these shortages have been most acute. Are people going to come back in from, or unretire? That remains to be seen, maybe not. But again, if you have a labor force, an extremely tight labor force, rising wages, lots of job opportunity, lots of income opportunity, I think some of those retirements do sort of reverse. But overall, tight labor force means wages have to come up. And if you wanted evidence that the labor force or the labor market was incredibly tight, look no further. This is the Employment Cost Index. This is just a proxy for wage growth. You can see that blue line, which is the actual data that we have. We've seen the sharpest acceleration in wages in recent memory. Unemployment rate comes down, labor shortages, wages come up because businesses have to attract workers, and they have to retain their current workers because there's a lot of job switching going on. The quits rate is running at a rate we haven't ever seen. People are leaving their jobs. And not everybody is just retiring or deciding to, buy Bitcoin or something. People are moving up into better jobs, into better paying jobs. But overall, wages are coming up. So we have supply chain dysfunction. People can't get the things they want. Reduces supply as demand is strong. That's inflationary. Workers are receiving higher compensation, strong income growth. That's inflationary. So it's no shock to see that we're seeing the fastest rate of inflation in almost 40 years. Consumer Price Index is up 7%. So the question now is, and I guess the concern is, okay, wages are coming up, incomes are rising, supply chains are in disarray. Are we going to see runaway inflation? Remember the 70s and 80s? Are we going to see 8, 9, 10% inflation versus the 7 we're seeing now? And the answer is probably not. Now you might see, a few alarmist headlines over the next few months. It might go 7.1, 7 point whatever. But overall, if you think grand scheme of things, okay, COVID, we've seen the worst of COVID. Supply chains, still not back to functioning normally, not by any means, but certainly not what we saw in 2021. Consumer spending slowing down. Businesses probably don't have as much purchasing power or price power. Labor shortages, okay, still there. Labor force participation still lagging, but we're seeing better outcomes in terms of that. All of that together probably means we're not going to see inflation run away. So we've probably already seen the worst of inflation as well. Again, we're not going to just go back to being, that normal economy that we were used to in 2019. But I am optimistic that 2022 is going to be one of the better years we've seen in a long time. So the Consumer Price Index is currently running close to 40-year high. Inflation probably starts to come down over the course of the year. But even with inflation starting to moderate, we're still going to see very hot inflation for all those factors, right? We're not going to flick the light switch and everything is going to be back to normal. So this is our forecast. But even in the next few years, we have inflation coming back down to basically a level that is still much higher than what we've seen over the past 2 decades, right? So inflation before the pandemic was running right around or a little below 2%. It's probably going to be very difficult to get inflation back down to 2%. But everything I mentioned, things getting better. Add on top of that now that the Federal Reserve has seen the whites of inflation's eyes. That's what they've been saying. We got to see inflation really start to hit before we start to move. Well, the CPI is at 7%. It's reached a broader consciousness. Everybody knows that we're seeing inflation now. So inflation is now the #1 priority of the Federal Reserve. Now, the Fed has a number of ways through which it can impact the economy, impact inflation, and they are moving very swiftly to do so. So they had quantitative easing that's going to turn into quantitative tightening. They're going to wrap up their purchases of bonds, their new purchases of bonds, probably in March. And then they will turn to raising interest rates. They're probably going to move very quickly. So what this graph kind of translates to, right now, the effective federal funds rate is about 0. So for the course of this year, they'll probably hike interest rates by about 25 basis points each time, 4 times, maybe 5 times. Overall, what this means is interest rates are coming up. So the Fed's going to lift short-term rates. They're going to stop buying Treasury securities and mortgage-backed securities. They're going to start to reduce their actual balance sheet. They're going to remove this accommodation that they've been supplying the economy with. And again, we have inflation, but the reason why they're doing this is because the economy is in a pretty strong place right now. Their thinking is the economy is in such a strong place, it can handle higher interest rates. There's so much consumer demand, there's so much business demand. Interest rates moving 125 basis points over the course of the year isn't going to materially slow things down. So long story short, the era of long or low interest rates is coming to an end. This is going to affect every interest rate across the economy. Again, the Fed just kind of controls that short-term interest rate, the Fed funds rate. But through their asset purchases, their balance sheet, they have an influence over longer-term interest rates. So even news that this was happening has had an impact on things like mortgage rates. Interest rates across the board, 10-year Treasury yield has come up significantly. So this is what we're going to see this year, higher interest rates. And to me, low 0% interest rates, that's atypical. One sign that we're moving towards normal is they're actually going to see slightly higher interest rates. That's what you would want to see in a strong economy. But mortgage rates have come up. One other part of the economy that's been exceptionally strong is the housing market and residential construction. So builders are very confident. There is I'll say, dire shortage of homes for sale. That's the big driver here. That's why builders are so confident. That's why they're building anything they can right now. They're experiencing the same shortages everybody else is in the economy, right? They can't find the parts or labor they need to finish projects. But demand is very strong. Inventories are low. Again, remember, we have this huge demographic of younger millennials who are reaching that age when you buy your first home. They're actually the biggest generation we have in this country. It's no longer the baby boomers, it's younger millennials, and they're all coming into the housing market at a time of record low inventories. So this is why home values have gone up double digits over the past year. But this is why builders are moving very quickly to try and build as many homes as they possibly can. Some estimates peg the shortage of about between 5 and 7 million in terms of homes that need to be built. But there is a lot of these challenges. And this goes for the entire construction industry. Shortages of steel, lumber, basically a long list of materials that just aren't able to be procured. Strong demand, low supply, prices got to come up. So we've seen the price of lumber skyrocket, price of steel, price of copper. These material prices look like they've peaked out in terms of growth. Again, another reason why, 2022 is probably going to be a little bit better than 2021. But you can see there's a record amount of homes right now that are under construction. Or another way to think about this, unable to be completed because of those shortages. And you can see that in that bottom left-hand graph. A lot of this is multifamily construction. It's just very hard to get the building materials that you need to finish these projects. But, again, if we've already seen the worst of the supply chain issue, which is causing this year is going to be a lot better. Shortages of labor have been particularly acute in construction. And this has been a problem that's been going on for at least the past 10 years, probably longer. But the pandemic has served to exacerbate this for all the reasons we were talking about before. But there's now a record amount, or near a record number of openings in the construction industry that are unable to be filled. In terms of the non-residential sector, there's signs that things are starting to improve here. The pandemic had a disproportionate impact on non-residential construction. Almost every single sector of non-residential has moved lower over the course of the past 2 years, except for warehouse and industrial construction, which makes sense, right? Everybody is at home spending more money online. You need warehouses to accommodate that. Right now, online sales only make up about 15 to 20% of overall retail sales. So if you're wondering if we're maybe building too many warehouses, if that share of overall retail sales moves higher, which I think it definitely will, I think this is a long-term growth area in terms of construction. Add on to the fact that businesses are going to make their supply chains more resilient. And what that means is more precautionary inventory, which means more and bigger, more advanced warehouses. So this is, for me, a long-term growth area. But overall, non-residential construction looks to be picking up. Except for office construction, which I think still has, ways to go in terms of rebalancing. But overall, if you look at leading indicators for the construction industry, the Architecture Billings Index is one of them. I closely follow this because it gives you a lead 9 to 12 months out of how the construction industry is going to be. So 2021 was a challenging year for overall construction, but it will be remembered as the year when things turned around. And the first indication of the turnaround is right here in the ABI. So this has been in expansion territory for the past 11 months. So this basically means we're going to see a lot of growth in 2022. That's why we have this construction forecast where we forecast construction spending, and that sort of underpins our belief that construction spending, we're not going to see growth explode, but we're going to see solid, stable growth in 2022. Again, why I'm optimistic. In 2023, is liable to be even better. I don't have a number here for 2024 or 2025, but my sense is things will probably look even better after the fact. And one of the big reasons is because of the infrastructure bill. So this just shows, where that spending is being allocated: roads, bridges, infrastructure, a lot of cool things like electric car charging networks and things like that. A lot of cool stuff in here. But what this amounts to is about $550 billion in new spending. The overall bill is almost twice the size of this, but that other half is just reauthorization of spending. But this is a big deal. This is a huge deal, especially for the construction industry. This is going to be supportive of growth for the next 10 years. This is how federal investment typically plays out. It takes a while to get moving, but around 2, 3, 4 years out, that's when you see the bulk of spending filter through. And of course, how it works is the federal government kind of gives the money to states and municipalities and local areas. How that's allocated is an interesting process. But basically, a lot of states, a lot of cities are going to get a lot of money for much needed, in my opinion, infrastructure projects. Much needed. One of the ways it's allocated is based on population, and there's a formula that's involved. New York, because New York has one of the largest populations, and also one of the densest cities in the country with the most dense infrastructure. New York's going to see, or it tops the list in terms of states, so that's good. But if you're thinking about where a lot of the spending will eventually take place around the country is in the growing areas, right? Because while New York is one of the largest areas, it's not one of the fastest growing. Smaller areas in the Sun Belt are growing faster than a lot of the areas up here in the Northeast or in the West Coast. So fast growth in terms of employment, in terms of population, in terms of income, you need, that's where the construction spending, a lot of it is going to end up in these very fast growing areas. Austin, Charlotte, and Raleigh in North Carolina, Florida. This shows employment growth around the country. Again, the Sun Belt region, which is growing very quickly, is also seeing some of the strongest employment growth. And how you read this is top right is where you want to be. That means you're growing at a fast rate in terms of year to year, and also over the past 3 months on an annualized basis. But the good news here, again, this goes back to why I'm very optimistic, is all of these areas, all of the major markets in the country are growing on a positive basis, right? Usually, before the pandemic, I'd put up this graph, and it's got 4 quadrants, and you've got cities that are shrinking, cities that are growing slower, et cetera. Basically, everywhere is growing right now. Now, a lot of places are still recovering. New York has a long ways to go in terms of recovering the jobs that were lost during 2020. Same thing can be said for Pennsylvania and California. Those fast-growing metros have propelled their respective states towards a faster recovery. That's why you see Texas, which is home to Dallas and Austin and San Antonio, these really fast-growing areas. They've recovered all the jobs. Similar with Florida, with Tampa, Jacksonville, Miami, very, very quick, fast-growing areas. But the other reason why some of these areas have been slower or lagging behind in terms of their recoveries is because these areas are also home to very large, dense metropolitan areas that have been much more cautious in their approach to managing the pandemic. So again, that's had some economic consequences, but if you believe, and I'll knock on wood here, if we've seen the worst of the pandemic, these areas will likely get back on a stronger growth trajectory as restrictions get removed, as we move back towards some semblance of normal, faster job growth, faster economic growth. You can kind of see it in New York here. This is a line graph of just overall employment. And again, what you want to see is momentum, and that's what we're seeing in New York. We're seeing some of the strongest monthly job growth in the state. Very positive. Will Omicron derail that a little bit? Yeah, it's going to derail things everywhere, but it's going to be temporary. Overall, job growth has a lot of momentum. The unemployment rate is still elevated, and that's mostly because the unemployment rate in New York City is still very high. If you looked at this graph, what you'd see is the unemployment rate outside of New York is actually much closer to the national average. But New York City, understandably so, one of the biggest office markets, everybody's still working remotely. Their service sector is still regaining their footing. So that's why the unemployment rate in New York City is so high, and that's kind of lifting the overall state rate. But overall, what you can see here is a declining trend, which is what you want to see in the unemployment rate. And that's exactly what you want to be headed into 2022. So the economy's growing at a fast rate. We're slowing down, we're moderating, right? That's what you expect to see when you go over the speed limit. That's the effect of inflation, supply chain dysfunction, labor shortages. You're going to slow down. That's what we're doing. But the overall economy is in a very, very good place. And that's why I'm optimistic about 2022. Thank you very much. I think we can take some questions if we have some time right now. Yes, you, sir. Yes, the debt as a percent of GDP is currently running at levels we haven't seen since World War II. Is it a long-term concern? Absolutely. I think you have to be concerned about that. But the way we got there is because we had this once-in-a-lifetime public health crisis, the pandemic, which in my mind amounts to sort of a war, right? So we had to spend a lot of money to get us through that. The economy is going to grow at a solid rate. That's going to bring the debt down. It's not going to come down all the way as you'd want to see it, but it'll do a lot to that end. So I'm concerned about it, but there are higher ranking concerns right now than that. All right, anybody else? All right, thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank Charles for your valuable insight. That's what the question that was asked. That was a question last night brought up with the state controller about long-term debt. So apparently we have that on our minds. Before we break for the busy day, I want to quickly review the schedule. For the main conference track, there are 3 concurrent government agency panels Session A, New York State Transportation Infrastructure, will be held in the second floor pre-function directly next to this room. Session B, New York City Buildings and Infrastructure, will be held in rooms 1A and 1B, which are located right behind registration. Session C, the energy panel discussion, will be held in room 2A, which is in the middle of the breakout meeting rooms downstairs. Our CFO program will continue in the Capitol Room across from registration. Our emerging leader track will continue in 2C. HR attendees, after the DEIB panel, check the schedule for your remaining sessions as you will be moving to joint sessions for the rest of the day. During all of our sessions today, please silence your cell phones and follow the moderator's instructions on asking questions during Q&A. Please refer to the mobile app for the most up-to-date schedule information. I also encourage you to visit our exhibitors throughout the day. Thank you again, and we will see you here for our anniversary luncheon featuring our keynote guest speaker Kyle Young-Moncure. Okay, thank you, everybody.
check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2. Hey, check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2. Hey, 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hey, 1 2 check 1 2 2 2. Hey, 1 2 1 2 check 1 2. Hey, 1 2 2 2 2.
I'm sorry, say that again? Oh, there we go, never mind. Okay, good afternoon. It sounds great. Okay, so I don't want to yell and blare out. This is good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to be good to go, and then somebody will introduce me. And then the only other question I had was introducing the panelists, but I know that doesn't happen until after this is over, so. I only know them by the first name, but I don't know their roles, their companies. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a rundown. If I have one, if you got one, I can. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah. The intro? Did you know them? Like, if she made the introduction, so because I'm gonna turn around and kind of ask them to identify themselves in a different way. If she does it, I would prefer. Yeah, because I don't want to stumble across and works for and is a, you know, yeah. See, you see that exactly, exactly. So, all right. I was looking at some of the names last night up on the screen, you know, when they were doing the awards, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to stumble across any, you know. I want to, so. Can I get some water, like with no ice in it, just like room temperature water? Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, great. No, he's unfortunately tied up with some work stuff. He just traveled with me for moral support. It was sweet. I was like, what? Yeah. And and then when I'm done, does Rick come back up? Then?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Oh, Johnny, sorry.
Okay. Perfect. 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 Okay. I'm gonna keep it short. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Kids,
Yes, that is. That's. I work with kids a lot. I created some courses called "What's the Difference?" and it's diversity and inclusion for kids, and so I do a lot of that diversity work with kids in high schools and elementary schools. Yeah.
be my son.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a ministry.
I would. Whatever way I can help, please let me know. Seriously. Yeah, that's a lot of what I do.
Yeah, and his friends are different.
Mhm.
You guys, like, you gotta, you gotta about the world.
How old is he?
16,
Yep.
football player,
Mhm.
you know, I wanna meet him.
A lot. I do a lot with, and I used to work with an organization called Diversity EDU. That there's a lot of college campuses that require a certain number of hours of diversity. I'll put it up top, but I'm gonna turn it upside down. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, I do have one more. No, I think I have two more questions.
Can everybody please find a seat so we can get lunch started? Wherever you want to sit.
say when it starts? Oh, 12:15 members, huh? 12:45. Okay, we got some. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Yep. Well, good afternoon, everybody. How you enjoying lunch? It's a really terrific lunch, huh? So we're going to get started with the luncheon program. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rick Satola, Chair of ACEC New York, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2022 Winter Conference Anniversary Luncheon. I also welcome those of you joining us virtually. Today's luncheon agenda includes the recognition of 5 member firms celebrating anniversaries. It is essential to recognize firms that have achieved these impressive milestones, and we are fortunate to have to be here in person, recognize not only this year's award winners, but also those firms that achieved milestones in 2021. So I would like to take a moment to thank sponsors for today's luncheon, AI Engineers and HDR. I'd also like to recognize our hydration station sponsor, M&J Engineer, our hospitality sponsor, Risk Strategies Company, our hand sanitizer station sponsor, Gannett Fleming, our charging station sponsor, Anshin, Block and Anshin, our coffee break sponsor, Patrick DeSerbo, Northwestern Mutual, and our notepad sponsor, Labate, Balkan, Calavito, and Contini. Thank you all. And you're going to have to applaud one more time because would really like to especially recognize our Winter Conference Diamond sponsor, Zetlin DiChiara. So please join. So thank you to our generous sponsors. I would also like to thank all of our exhibitors. If you haven't already, I ask all attendees to please stop, speak to someone in our exhibit hall, and you may make a valuable contribution that will help your business in 2022 and beyond. Speaking of valuable connections, this conference is again hosting concurrent tracks for emerging leaders, CFOs, and HR professionals. Thank you to Imaginate Technologies for sponsoring the CFO track, and thank you to VHB for supporting the Emerging Leaders track. May I ask participants of these 3 tracks to please stand and be recognized. Thank you for helping to make our winter conference a success for all sectors of our member firms. At this time, I'd like to recognize ACEC New York's past chairs in the room with us today and joining us virtually. If you are with us in person, when I announce your name, please stand and remain standing in order to be recognized. Thomas Casino, Andrew Ciancia, Ray Didazio, Thomas McLaughlin, Mac McMurray, and Linda Shoemaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking these men and women for all they've done for the organization and the industry. Now, ACEC New York would like to honor one of 5 member firms celebrating a milestone this year. Would John Evers, ACEC New York President and CEO, please come to the podium? It's a big step, John.
Thanks, Rick. It's my honor, as part of my first ACEC New York Winter Conference, to recognize member firms who have achieved an important milestone. This year, we have 5 firms to recognize, so without further delay, I'd like to honor our first anniversary award winner. When I call your name, please come up to the podium. Our first anniversary award goes to ARIP for 75 years of continuous practice. ARIP is a multidisciplinary engineering consultancy that has three global business areas: buildings, infrastructure, and consulting. Services offered to clients range from planning project management and complete engineering design to supply of specialist skills and technical advice. Principal fields of activity include acoustics, audiovisual consulting, bridge engineering, civil engineering, communications and IT consulting, construction planning, controls, and commissioning. Accepting on behalf of the firm is Nigel Nichols, Principal. Congratulations. Our second anniversary award goes to CDM Smith for 75 years of continuous practice. CDM Smith is a full-service consulting, engineer, construction, and operations firm helping public and private clients improve the environment and infrastructure. With 5,600 staff and 125 offices worldwide, CDM focuses on drinking water, water resources, wastewater, solid and hazardous waste, and infrastructure management. Accepting on behalf of the firm is Eric Leclerc, Project Management and Commercial Leader. Our third anniversary award goes to McFarland Johnson for 75 years of continuous practice. McFarland Johnson provides a wide variety of services, including civil engineering, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural, environmental, planning, surveying, transportation, including highways, bridges, airports, railroads, parking lots, and pavement management, facilities management, energy audits, HVAC and lighting design, technical feasibility studies, site development, municipal, including water, wastewater treatment, collection and distribution, and construction administrations. Accepting on behalf of the firm is Ruth Ann Ballman, Human Resources Director. Our fourth anniversary award goes to JMT of New York for 50 years of continuous practice. Founded in 1971, JMT of New York is 100% employee-owned firm that provides a full range of multidisciplined engineering and related services to public agencies and private clients throughout the United States. Their staff includes more than 1,600 professionals, engineers, landscape architects, planners, environmental scientists, surveyors, construction and program managers, inspectors, designers, CAD technicians, and GIS and informational technology specialists. Accepting on behalf of the firm is Christina Minkler, Vice President. Our fifth and final anniversary award goes to Passero Associates for 50 years of continuous practice. At Passero Associates, people make the difference. Their dedicated staff of over 100 professionals provide high-quality, value-oriented planning, engineering, architectural design, structural, surveying, sustainability, public management, design build, construction observation, 3D visualization, and virtual infrastructure services and solutions throughout the Northeast, Midwestern, and Southeastern United States. Founded in 1972, they proudly serve clients, partnering with them to achieve their goals. Accepting on behalf of the firm are Matt Neeson, Project Manager, and Chris Laporta, Hudson Valley Office Manager. Incidentally, I had hired them once when I was a public owner, so congratulations, guys. Congratulations to all our anniversary winners. I'll now turn the podium back to Rick to introduce our keynote luncheon speaker. Rick.
Thank you, Johnny. We have one more important thing to do, but before we do that, I want to thank ACEC staff for the hard work that they do in putting this whole luncheon together and the whole conference together. So thank you, ACEC staff. It's now my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Kyle Young-Moncure. Kyle Young-Moncure believes each and every individual holds a special place in society's big picture. Kyle is founder of the Neuro-Inclusion Group, certified executive conflict coach, creator of the international podcast I See Color, and founder of the Free Your Mind Forum, a community-focused organization dedicated to promoting diversity, inclusion, and dialogue nationwide. As a former member of the Arts and Culture Board for the City of Irving and Advisory Board appointee for the Texas National Diversity Council, Kyle is well-seasoned and fully committed to championing diversity, inclusion, and equity. Through her work as speaker, trainer, and executive conflict coach, Kyle strives to achieve resolution, inspire inclusion, and facilitate cultural collaboration. Kyle has more than 20 years' experience advocating diversity and inclusion, employee engagement, and cultural IQ. She has worked in leadership roles with organizations to include Sprint Corporate Headquarters, Gateway 2000, IBM, Verizon, Le Cordon Bleu, the Dallas Arboretum, and the Arc of Texas, the Muscular Dystrophy Association, and the Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce. Kyle also spoke at ACEC National HR Forum in fall of last year. Please join me in welcoming Kyle Young-Moncure.
Wow, that was a big welcome. Thank you so much. I hope everyone's enjoying their lunches today. And we got a lot of ground to cover. Before I really jump in, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. So, I was born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri, and my team lost last night. So I'm grieving on the inside, but I'm going to push through, so bear with me. Born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri in the 1970s. It's been a little while now. And I don't know about you guys, but when I was growing up, being different than everyone else was not a good thing. So my name being Kyle was not something I was very happy about. I tortured my mother for years for naming me Kyle, and I'll get into that a little bit more later. But I will say this. I have attempted to change my name to something a little softer over the years. Kylie, Kyla. I got even more creative than that. But it never really sat right with me. Never really sat right with me. And I realized after many years that the name that I carry is actually an advantage. And I'm really honored to be here with you guys today. Has anyone in this room ever met a girl named Kyle? Okay, there's a couple. We're growing. I'm part of a Facebook group called Girls Named Kyle. So I'm just checking to see if anyone else. But I am Kyle, and I was born Kyle Yvette Young, and I am now very proud of my name. So before we really dig into the bias piece, because we're going to be talking about unconscious bias, how many decisions do you think you may have made today? 5, 10, okay. Probably a heck of a lot more than that. Chances are you won't be able to put an exact figure on it, and that's because we all make countless decisions every day without even realizing it. So those are decisions about what to wear today, which tie, how should I do my hair, decisions about me, about my name, about my colorful scarf, millions of decisions, and a lot of those decisions, those tiny decisions that we make throughout the day without even realizing it, are heavily weighed by something that we call unconscious bias. Bias exists whether we know it or not. So, I want to tell you a little bit about bias, and the original definition of bias as it was found in the dictionary in 1828 was described as a leaning of the mind or an inclination or a propensity towards an object, not leaving the mind indifferent. So that was bias in 1828. However, in 2022, bias is described as a tendency to believe that some people and ideas are better than others, and that usually results in some people being treated unfairly. But in itself, just by itself, bias just means a predisposition to favor a given conclusion over another conclusion. Some biases are hardwired into us literally from birth, because if you're a human being, we all have bias. That's the way we all got here. However, some are learned through socialization and culture and experiences. So I'm going to need you all's help. I have about 25 minutes to do what I normally do in about 4 to 6 hours. So I'm asking everyone to strap on your seatbelt and take a quick ride with me. We're not going to stop for snacks, no breaks. Just lean in and go with me. So here we go. When it comes to bias, we really have to set a baseline, a foundation of understanding. And it's kind of challenging to talk about bias without talking first about diversity and inclusion. Diversity terminology has gotten pretty sophisticated. We have equity and allyship, microaggressions, cultural appropriation, intersectionality, accentism, ageism, pronouns. There's so much going on right now that it can get complicated if you're not in the world of diversity and inclusion. But we're not doing all that today. We don't have time for that today. We're going to go straight into diversity and inclusion. One of the things that I've found over the years is you can ask someone to define diversity in their own way or inclusion in their own way and get a ton of different responses. But we're going to set this baseline right now. Welcome to Blame It on the Brain, the business of bias and belonging. So what is diversity? Diversity represents the full spectrum of human difference. It's often described as the recognizable differences we have, such as race or gender or age, depending, or physical ability. But diversity in itself is just difference. It's that simple. But what is inclusion? We hear this word inclusion. Inclusion, in the workplace especially, means a level of support and commitment from your organization. Inclusion allows us to live and work and operate authentically. I hear this example often. I don't know if you guys have heard this one. Diversity is being invited to the party, and inclusion is being asked to dance. So it's not just the fact that I'm here. It's, am I included? Do I feel celebrated? Do I feel like I'm valued here? So being asked to dance. So we got diversity and we have inclusion. Now let's talk a little bit about the business case, and I'm going to go fast with this one. The business case for diversity and inclusion has been documented and validated by many reputable organizations, to include the University of Michigan, the Aberdeen Group, McKinsey & Company, the Institute for Entrepreneurial Thinking, Harvard Business School, the Kellogg School of Business, the Center for Talent Innovation, Boston Consulting Group, and Deloitte & Touche, or just Deloitte. As you can see, there are many, many studies that lend to the credibility of establishing diversity and inclusion initiatives in your organizations. And the benefits are many. Some of them are just increased innovations, higher profit margins, higher employee engagement, better decision-making, and a reduction in employee turnover. According to Forbes, racially and ethnically diverse companies outperform industry norms by 35%. And men and women or environments where men and women are equal, those organizations are earning up to 41% more in revenues. So the business case for diversity and inclusion is solid. So considering what I just shared, putting diversity and inclusion initiatives together in your organization should be a breeze, right? We're pretty much done. Kumbaya. Everything's awesome. Let's hold hands and sing, right? No, not quite. Not so fast. I mentioned that I grew up in Kansas City, Missouri, and I had 2 older brothers, no sisters. And when I was a little girl, what I got to watch on TV was whatever they watched on TV. I had no rights whatsoever in the house. So I grew up with a lot of wrestling, Dukes of Hazzard, that was a regular thing. Evel Knievel was a big deal when I was a kid. Evel Knievel. So I played with boy toys, what was boy toys at that time. Now that's not so much the case. And then I got really familiar with a lot of comic books, Marvel characters, DC characters. So I have a quick question. Who is the arch nemesis of Batman? Don't all speak at once. The Joker, that's right, okay. Arch nemesis of Batman is the Joker. And who is the arch nemesis of Superman? Yes, thank you, Lex Luthor. All right, I'll go one more. Arch nemesis of Professor X. Magneto, thank you, yes, okay, all right. I knew I had some, thank you. All right, so, the kumbaya is not so fast because the arch nemesis of diversity and inclusion is unconscious bias. All right, unconscious bias plays a huge part in undermining the best of intentions. When it comes to diversity and inclusion, we often put these initiatives and groups together without realizing that there is a little bit more educating ourselves that we have to do. The greatest initiatives are often inadequate without awareness and management of unconscious bias. So let's talk a little bit more about this unconscious bias thing. By the way, again, bias is not a bad thing. It's in place for a reason. Management of our biases is the key to successful diversity and inclusion in our organizations. So, what is unconscious bias? Unconscious bias refers to the attitudes or stereotypes that affect understanding, actions, and decisions in an unconscious manner. Our biases can be positive and negative, and they're activated involuntarily without our awareness or control. And it's good to know that our biases don't necessarily align with our declared beliefs or what we would publicly endorse. What's really important to know, if you don't take anything else away from this presentation, please know that we all have implicit biases. How many of us in this room are familiar with the implicit association test? Perfect, awesome. Let me tell you a little bit about that. The implicit association test is a test that was put together to create awareness and therefore management of our unconscious biases. The whole concept of unconscious bias hit the mainstream in 1998 when an unconscious bias assessment went online. So this implicit association test was a result of a collaboration between psychologists at Harvard University, the University of Virginia, and the University of Washington. And since that time, more than 6 million people have taken this test. It is free and it is confidential. So, in regards to bias, I want you to know that unconscious bias is now acknowledged and documented by psychologists and neuroscientists as real and measurable. Unconscious bias is widespread, and it's really not the same at all as regular bias, biases that we're conscious of, like I don't like okra. We know that. I know I don't like okra, but there are other things that go on in the background that we are not fully aware of. And so it's really important to become aware of what some of these biases are because they do show up on a daily basis. Bias is reflected in our attitudes, and they affect our understanding, our decision-making, and our behaviors. The very first step to becoming in control of our biases is just to become aware. But I'd like to show you a few examples of how bias shows up in everyday decision-making. So I'd like you to know, first of all, there are more than 150 types of unconscious bias. I do not have that kind of time. There are 40 on this slide. Out of these 40, I have chosen 3 to focus on today. Our first one is the impact of a name. We have a study that was done that shows where resumes were sent out to companies that stated that they wanted to hire more diverse candidates. So these researchers at MIT conducted a study, and they sent out the resumes to companies that said they were looking for diversity, and the resumes were exactly identical except for the names. Some were traditionally what were considered white names, and others traditionally African American. And based on no other difference than that, there were 50% more of the resumes with the white names that were called back for interviews. In subsequent studies in other countries, similar biases also exist. So this suggests that a name alone can either create a sense of sameness or difference to the test subjects, and that's regardless of the actual content that's in the resume. All right, moving along, that was example 1. Example number 2, let's look at the impact of beauty bias, specifically height. Let me ask you a question. There are less than 14% of American men that are taller than 6 feet. So what percentage of corporate CEOs do you think are part of that figure? 5%? 17%? Well, the answer is over 60%. Over 60% of CEOs in our country are taller than 6 feet. And the response is also similar for generals in the military, presidents of the United States, and other politicians and leaders. In fact, almost 40% of those execs and leaders are over 6'2", representing only 4% of American men. Height is not only considered an advantage in the United States, but all over the world. Companies actually tend to promote tall people, particularly men, into senior roles. In fact, the average male CEO is 3 inches taller than the average male. Okay. Moving along. Last but not least is gender bias. In the workplace, assertive women are often perceived as aggressive, while men with some of the same attributes, go-getters, are described as confident and strong. This can be an example of gender bias, which is more prevalent than many might want to admit. And despite making up nearly half of the U.S. workforce, women are still vastly underrepresented in science, technology, engineering, and math. In addition, women working in engineering occupations did a little bit of improvement. It went from 3% in 1970 to 15% in 2019. So although there has been some progress, there's still a lot of work to do. We've got a long way to go. Okay, this is tough stuff, but I want to play a game with you guys. Is everybody up for a game? Okay, awesome. It's really easy. Just follow me. We're going to play the autopilot activity. I'm going to show you a grid, and I'm going to populate the grid. As the grid populates, all I want you to do is call out the color of the letters in the grid. Everybody ready? All right, here we go. Red. Good. Very good. Excellent, A+. All right, everyone. All right, one more. Here we go. Everybody ready? Okay, not quite an A+, but not bad, not bad. Okay, this is an example of our brains on autopilot. It's also a small example of how unconscious bias can work. We experience two different types of thought processes, conscious and unconscious. Conscious thoughts are generally slower. They're deliberate. We consider multiple options, and it takes more time and requires the brain to spend more energy. On the flip side, there are subconscious thoughts, and those subconscious thoughts are believed to control up to 95% of our actions. These thoughts rely on impulse, instinct, and emotion. They are much easier and faster for the brain to process, and using these learned patterns of behavior often help to promote our biases. We're not conscious, we're just acting. It's autopilot. So, we've covered a lot of ground here. We now understand what diversity and inclusion is and how it can positively impact our organizations and our employees. We also understand the business case for diversity and inclusion and some of the benefits that come along with getting diversity and inclusion right in our organization. We also have learned a little bit about unmanaged bias and how it can undermine some of the best efforts that we put into our diversity and inclusion initiatives. So let's get to the bottom line. The bottom line, when it comes to diversity and inclusion, at least today, because it's moving, it changes, but the end game is belonging. Belonging evolves naturally when we get diversity and inclusion right. It is a feeling produced when diversity and inclusion is working and unconscious bias is properly managed. Bias, by definition, is defined as a feeling of security and support when there is a sense of acceptance, inclusion, and identity for a member of a certain group or place. In order for people to feel like they belong, the environment needs to be set up as a diverse and inclusive workplace. Belonging is very, very good for business. When workers feel like they belong, companies reap substantial bottom-line benefits. High belonging is linked to a 56% increase in job performance, a 50% drop in turnover risk, and a 75% reduction in sick days. For a 10,000-person company, this would result in an annual savings of more than $52 million. So we're actually in the home stretch. I'd like to leave you with a few tips for managing unconscious bias. Number one, accept that we all have bias. Bias is part of being human. But if we don't acknowledge this, we cannot tackle it. Simply being aware of unconscious bias can immediately start to reduce our reliance on generalizations about each other and stereotypes. Number two, evaluate your decisions. Unintentional bias is more likely when we make fast decisions or act on the spur of the moment. So be sure to always take a step back. Number 3, monitor your own behavior. Question your first impressions and your extreme reactions to people. Reflect on any rapid decisions that you make. Why did I do that? Why did I think that? Begin to check in with yourself. Number 4, widen your social circle. Don't sit with the same colleagues every day. Don't ask the same people to lunch every day. Check other folks out. See what other people eat. Go to a different restaurant. Try a different food. Move around and spend time with people from different cultural and academic backgrounds. This will build your cultural competence and lead to better understanding. And then lastly, take the implicit association test. Harvard's implicit association test will help you figure out which of your individual perceptions are most likely to be governed by unconscious bias. Armed with that information, you can take proactive steps to address them on a personal basis. And then my favorite, be willing to get uncomfortable. There's a saying that you only grow if you're willing to feel awkward and uncomfortable when you're trying something new. By leaning into uncomfortable situations and challenging your own predispositions, we can create new patterns, new habits, make new friends, and create new neural pathways. This is how we really begin to spark transformation and change. So, I am wrapping up. While it is true that we can blame it on the brain, it's instinctual. We all have it. Bias serves a really strong purpose. The question must be asked, well, whose brain is it? We can blame it on the brain, but whose brain is it? And it's mine, it's ours, it's yours. Blaming it on the brain is something we can do. However, if the brain is mine, it may not be my fault that I have some of these biases, but it is always our responsibility to manage these biases on our own. With consistent practice, we can learn to appreciate inherent differences instead of registering them as threats. Of course, it is easier said than done. But working across cultural barriers and incorporating not only diversity of race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, and ethnicity is important, but also diversity of thought, and it's vital to success. As I close, I would like to share what I believe is one of the most powerful examples of diversity and inclusion in action in U.S. history. On September 8th, 1966, a new kind of show premiered on NBC. It was described by creator Gene Roddenberry as a Western set in space. Star Trek took viewers to the 23rd century on a 5-year mission to explore space aboard a ship called the Enterprise. How many of us remember Star Trek? I mentioned earlier, I had brothers. I had no choice. I have been a Trekkie all my life, and one of my favorites was the introduction, which I know by heart to this day. Space, the final frontier. If you know it, say it with me. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. The franchise of Star Trek has been expanded into various films, television series, video games, novels, and comic books. And with an estimated $10 billion in revenue, Star Trek is one of the most recognizable, long-lasting, and highest-grossing franchises of all time. As I close, I will leave you with my favorite quote. Whatever makes you most uncomfortable is your biggest opportunity for growth. I am often uncomfortable, and I am still growing, and I hope you all choose to grow with me. Live long and prosper. Thank you. Questions? Any questions? I see one over here.
So I'm taking a big risk asking you this question because it's going to divulge too much about me. Have you watched Star Trek Discovery?
Yes, I have, and I love it.
Isn't Michael Burnham the best captain ever?
I think so too, but I have to admit, I am still partial to Captain Kirk.
Okay. That's all I got. I don't have anything more than that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Hi. You talked about unconscious bias. Is there a difference between unconscious bias and subconscious bias?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Unconscious bias and subconscious, one that you conscious of.
Subconscious bias.
Yep.
I think they're pretty much the same thing. Yeah, because the unconscious bias is subconscious. So they pretty much go hand in hand. 95% of how we function is automatic. So absolutely, subconscious and unconscious bias are the same thing. Very, very similar. Thank you again. I hope you enjoyed our time together and stay uncomfortable. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank, that jumped quickly. I want to thank Kyle for a great presentation. I really appreciated it. It's very thought-provoking. I want to encourage everybody for the rest of the day to attend the rest of the conferences. We have our legislative reception tonight, and that is, where is that located? Right here in this room, or is it outside? Looking for staff. Well, we'll find it. But it's been a very good conference so far. The panels resume later this afternoon. We will have our reception tonight, and enjoy the rest of your lunch. Thanks, everyone.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. This is check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. This microphone 2. Microphone 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Microphone 3. Check 1, 2. Microphone 3. I can give you names for these people if you want as well. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Microphone 3. Microphone 4. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Microphone 5. Check 1, 2. Into the table. Microphone 5. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. And then the minute they leave or they clear out a little bit, then we can come through and if you want to ring them out or whatever. Just understand you can hear them pretty good in these speakers since they're so close now.
Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic 1, or whatever mic this is on the desk. Going over to the next mic. Check 1 2 1 2. I'm on the second mic. Tim, just stop me if you want me to go back or anything. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3 4. Second mic. Gonna go to the third mic. Check 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 3 4. Zoom check on mic 3. 1 2 3 4. There's a Carhartt hat in front of me. One, two, three, four. Check mic check 3. 1 2 3 4. Zoom mic check 3. I think this was the one that sounded strange to me. Sounded like mechanical. 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. In the front of the room on mic 3. So let me know if you need me to stop, keep going, whatever. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check 1. Mic check 2. Mic check 3. Mic check 4. Zoom audio test 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Zoom audio test. Mic check 1. Mic check 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Hey hey. Hey hey. Mic check 1. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check. Front of the room for the Diversity Equality Something Business Award. Mic check 1 2. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check 1. Mic check 2. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. 1 2 3. Mic. Was that you? Stop. Yep. Keep going. Okay. Mic check. 1 1 2. 1 2 3 4. I declare thumb war. 5 6 7 8. Who do we appreciate? Tim, and Chris. We appreciate those guys. 1 2 3 4. ACEC Winter Conference, January 30th to February 1st, 2022, Albany Capitol Center, building the future for America. I know it doesn't say that, but that's what I'm saying. We're doing this for America. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check 1. Mic check 2. ACEC New York. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Still mic number 3. 1 2 3 4. Or is this 4? I don't know. It's the third one on the table. Mic check 1. Mic check 2. 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check 1. Mic check 2. Mic check 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. If it's not something that can be fixed, just get it to be sounding as good as it can, and then I just got to talk to these people in Zoom. Because right now, I think this is just going out to the Zoom. It didn't sound bad coming through to the YouTube. But if it's easier, I can always add that last computer we had. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Still mic 3. Mic check. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Hey hey. Hey hey, mic check. Mic check 1, mic check 2, mic check 3, mic check 4. 1 2 3 4. I declare thumb war. 5 6 7 8. Who do we appreciate? Tim and Chris. Tim and Chris. We appreciate Tim and Chris. Mic check, mic check. Keep going. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Mic check 1, mic check 2, mic check 3, mic check 4. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. We're all set up for our room. We're just making sure the Zoom sounds good for that presenter.
Just need,
chairs. Yeah. 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Tim, I think she wants to make an announcement.
Yeah, we need chairs. Can you ask them for chairs? Hi, everybody. So if you're in this room, we're going to be convening a panel on diversity, equity, and inclusion with Kyle, our keynote. I'm going to ask those that are staying to move towards the center. It's going to be sparsely attended, but there's a lot of people online, and this is that room that we have online capabilities. So please, and nobody needs to run out. You can stay. Can we also get chairs on stage, ACC staff or Mazzone staff? I'm not sure who does that. 1 2 5.
Yes, I'm not gonna, I'm just
No,
gonna
we're not.
read and,
We're not hearing. Yes.
I'm reading and reading. Okay. I know, I was like imagining how I'm trying to, well, they workshop in 25 minutes. But you did. For this group though, it's really, really great, 'cause that's where we need to start. Yeah, we'll put them right here, guys. I'm sure you could. But you can't stop. But always like making it real for them. Stuff that's familiar to them. Right. Growing up, and it's like, but it makes it stop. We're working on it. We're working on it. But it seems, he seems, just so you know, like from an outsider who doesn't know you, haven't seen you before. So yeah, that's great. So how do you do this? You stand up and you'll moderate, because I'm just going to introduce you guys. And
Yes, so
okay.
as soon as you introduce, I'll just open my statement with the opening statement.
In a minute. Okay. Give it a minute.
And you're going to introduce the panelists too. Okay.
I don't have.
I think they are, yeah.
So they're here, but I don't, I mean, they just met you, but I'll just make something up. So Gina, just let me know when I should start. Hi, folks. Hello. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, should I turn off my
Not yet.
iPad? No, I'm talking about, I was looking at the conference on the iPad, but you said I can see it from here, right?
Yeah, you can see it right in here. One second.
Okay.
When
Okay.
it stopped yet. Is it on yet? Can you
Check, check.
No, nothing yet.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, okay.
Like that. Yeah, continuously.
You have to like. Yeah.
I just have you do a mic check real quick. Rosalind? Rosalind?
Yes.
Can I just have you do a mic check real quick?
Mic check, can you hear me? I can hear you, so.
1 second.
Okay.
There's 3,000 people online.
I do not
Maybe
hear
not
what's
quite
going on
that
in the
many.
conference.
Yes, they're not speaking
Dan's
just yet.
back.
They're just waiting for some chairs and sets. I think they're also waiting for us to get ready for you. I will let you know. You gotta get your mic, mic in-house stuff.
Are we ready yet? Hello? Can you get?
No, I don't think it. Hello?
Not yet. Okay. It's probably where I was sitting, all the crumbs. Okay.
Should I be able to hear everyone in the room as well at this point?
Hello? Nothing yet? Oh. Yeah. Whoa. Sorry. All right, welcome. Thank you everyone for joining us for this next session, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. That's our panel discussion, continuing what we talked about at lunchtime, talking about unconscious bias. We have Kyle Young-Moncure going to work with our panel here to answer a lot of questions and get into some more of the discussion in detail. So what I'm going to do is introduce the panelists here, and then I'm going to bring Kyle back up. So be prepared to ask some questions when we're through too. So to get started, I'm just going to start with the panel here. Just raise your hand, I suppose, when I call your name. O'Neill. Gotcha. Okay. Technical expertise in mechanical engineering and energy services, and entrepreneurial spirit and gift for relationship building, O'Neill Gale rapidly rose from a 2002 summer intern at Loring Consulting Engineers, Inc., to the top echelon of the firm's leadership team. Named Chief Operating Officer in October 2016, O'Neill oversees day-to-day management of the firm's projects and assets in all 5 offices. Ruth Rowe's interest in real estate politics and her background as both an economic development analyst and painter have shaped her understanding of the consensus building and its importance within urban architecture. Whether through her art exhibit, Icons of the Meatpacking District, a collection of portraits that presented key players in the neighborhood's transformation, or through managing large-scale mixed-use projects, Ruth is naturally adept at bringing people together and facilitating dialogue. We have Dr. Rosalind Green. No, we don't. She's online. Hi. Sorry. Dr. Green is the Deputy Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, the MTA. In this role, she constructs policies, procedures, and practices that ensure equitable access to opportunities and services provided by the MTA. Since her arrival at the MTA in 2018, Dr. Green has led the consolidation efforts for agency-wide equity and inclusion programs. We have John Spina. John began his career at CNS in 1975, and his leadership and dedication has contributed to the organizational growth and national expansion of the firm. He has a broad experience base and is responsible for the day-to-day operation of CNS's administration group, which includes human resources, marketing, business development, information technologies, executive leadership, and management. John is on the board of directors for the CNS companies and is a member of the executive team. We have Brad Nichols. Brad is a division manager for the Power Systems Water and Wastewater Division of Ramble Americas. Brad manages a team of talented electrical engineers and design professionals and is responsible for business development, project management, and engineering management for medium and large-scale municipal, industrial water and wastewater treatment facilities and environmental remediation projects. And we have Allison Sawyer. Allison is a project manager with CPL working for clients across New York State. She is a seasoned architect responsible for managing the advanced technical design aspects of major projects, including the investigation, evaluation, and recommendation of innovative architectural concepts and design solutions. In the project manager role, Allison has regular client interaction during both design and construction phases that call for direct, swift, and responsive communication. So with that, I'll bring Kyle back to the podium and we'll get started.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and good afternoon again to everyone. We are here to have some interesting conversation today. I'm going to start with an opening statement that I hope kind of sets a tone for where we're going with this panel discussion. We have been taught through conditioning that topics around race, gender, sexual orientation, and bias are often taboo. This sometimes creates natural anxiety around speaking about these topics in the workplace, and that is perfectly understandable. However, to drive change around diversity and inclusion in the workplace, we need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. It is important that we create spaces that have safety for all to have difficult conversations in order to create an environment of learning and growth, and one that allows us to explore differences to create more inclusion and a sense of belonging. True learning and true growth occurs for us when we are most uncomfortable. And those are moments that we remember, but more importantly, we learn in those moments. So I hope that we can all lean in and learn together today. So on that note, you've heard introductions of our panel, and I'm going to start with one question that I am going to ask of everyone. I'm going to start with Ruth, and work our way down. Ruth, why did you agree to sit on the panel today?
Well, first I was asked to. But in the past 2 years, I've increased sort of my participation in these types of panels because I felt compelled and felt a sense of responsibility to be visible. Growing up as an Asian American with your typical Asian American parents, really the focus was to keep your heads down, be loyal, do your work, and you know, don't mind other people's businesses. But with the pandemic, working from home, and the murder of George Floyd, you know, you're exposed to what's going on in your communities and within your workplace. And it wasn't okay to just focus on myself and my own professional growth, but it was also important to ensure that I take a more proactive role, being visible, allowing myself to be in that uncomfortable space so that others can learn alongside me and ask me questions about my own personal experiences that typically I would keep to myself. But why did I agree to sit on the panel? I feel right now it's just how it has to be until we get to that place where I do enter a room and feel a sense of belonging without having to change who I am to belong.
Thank you very much. O'Neill, why did you agree? This is the hot seat, so why did you agree to sit on the panel today?
Because Johnny asked me to. But actually, it's very similar to what Ruth was saying. I have this conflict in my internally because I'm someone who wants to not stay in the background and not highlight myself. However, especially from, I'll say, the Black community, I realize that it's actually my responsibility to show that, hey, listen, there are big achievements that young Black people can achieve in this industry, and it's not all bad, and just to be an example for everyone. So that's why I wanted to participate.
Awesome, wonderful, thank you. John.
Thanks, Kyle. Obviously, I was asked to, right? That's a common answer. Nevertheless, in society, this is a really important initiative to move our country and our world ahead. For our company, it's very, very important as we look to the future to grow and prosper, right? As the workforce continues to diversify, we need to do that with our companies in order to be prosperous. But it's a societal issue also. But lastly, I think I agreed to do this being the baby boomer, right? The old white baby boomer bald guy, right? Which is cool, but I don't see a lot of old white baby boomers in this room. And this isn't just an HR initiative. I mean, this has to come from the top down and the bottom up. Everybody needs to be involved in this. How many are CEOs here? Anybody in the? 2, right? John Trimble, our CEO from CNS, is here. But 2 CEOs here who, again, take this as very important. And I know some senior leaders in companies take this as a very important initiative, but you have to participate also. You can't just sit there and direct what things do. So I was hopefully trying to encourage some folks to get involved. So maybe that'll happen here or the folks on the who are calling in.
Thank you very much, and we're glad you're here. Brad.
So I guess I got to answer the question the same way I was asked to.
Why did you agree to sit on the panel today?
But for me to answer this question, I got to give a little background. So I'm a double amputee. I lost both my legs 39 years ago. And the reason I'm here is to represent the disabled community. We're a very, very small group in the engineering community. So much so when I was asked to do this, I was the only one available to participate, and that brought it home that and I really need to be here to represent my group.
Thank you very much, Brad. Allison.
I think for me, it's just to get others' perspectives. It's not something that's talked about a lot in the workplace, so I feel like this was a space where we could talk about it safely. And I think also we fall into the trap of thinking that, you know, with some of these biases, maybe it's just us. So hearing others, I think, helps solve the problem, because just thinking that it's your own problem, we kind of push it aside, and it just creates this cyclical effect. So,
Thank you very much, Allison. And virtually, off-site today, we have Dr. Rosalind Green. We can't hear her quite yet, so let me see. Dr. Rosalind Green. I think you might be on mute, or is there something we can do internally for the sound to come through? Give us just a moment.
Try now.
There.
Okay, can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Dr.
All right,
Rosalind
now
Green.
if I get loud, just ask me to lower my tone. You know, in my prior years, I was a cheerleader, so I typically speak a little louder. So just raise your hand or something and I'll lower my voice. For me, being here is an easy discussion for a hard conversation. I've been serving in the role of Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at other venues. At MTA, I'm the deputy to Mike Gardner, who is our Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. But I have had these conversations and I have led these responsibilities in several agencies. And I believe that, you know, every conversation, you have another chance to learn, to view different perspectives and to share different ideas. So for me, anytime that I'm asked to speak about diversity, equity, and inclusion, I gladly raise my hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll be back to you very shortly. Okay, so let's start with Brad. So Brad, we've actually had a few conversations in preparation for today that kind of gave me a little bit of an idea of some of the questions that I might want to ask. And Brad, I want to start with you. When it comes to bias, I'm sure you encounter your fair share. What are some of the preconceived notions that you've experienced as a result, specifically regarding your ability and your ability to do your job effectively?
I think the most typical bias you get is that people with disabilities are not as productive or effective in the workplace. And that can be true. I mean, we're not all the same, and we're not all on the same playing field, but I know for me, early in my career, that's what I experienced. And it took a lot of perseverance to overcome those stereotypes for myself. But also, yeah, the physical side of it, you know, I work in an engineering field, there's field work involved, there's time spent on construction sites in areas that, you know, they're not the most easy to walk around on. And when I first started out in my career, I was often told that, you know, I shouldn't be there, I shouldn't go. You know, I'm a liability because I could fall, you know, could hurt myself in some way. And, you know, I've proven them wrong over the years, but it does take a long time to get that point across.
Understandable. What are some of the most surprising things that people have discovered? What are some things that take us back that we should know about you?
I think one of the more surprising things is, I don't do this anymore, but when I was in college, I used to do rock climbing. I used to climb the faces of rock cliffs and
Oh, wow.
climbing the mountains.
Got it, got it. Thank you. Allison, we talked a bit about gender bias in preparation for today. If gender bias was not so prevalent in the field of engineering, how do you feel like your job would be different? How would your day be different?
So I have two kind of answers to this question. My first answer would be, I think that I could spend more time and energy focusing on my job and developing myself in my role, and spend less energy trying to get others to either take me seriously or gain the respect of others. I think as a woman in a male-dominated field, that can be difficult, and it can be definitely a fine line of finding your voice, but not being, like you said, seen as overpowering. And then I think my second answer to that is, I think there would be more women in leadership positions, and that would offer more mentorship. I think one of the things that this field is lacking is women mentors in higher positions. I don't get to work with a lot of women that are, CEOs or in upper positions, and I would love to just be able to sit down and talk with them and get their perspective, and seeing them succeed, I think, as a young woman would be more motivating for me to succeed in my role.
Thank you, and I wanted to piggyback on that a little bit. In getting ready for today as well, I did a little bit of research and found out this statistic that says that 40% of women who've received an engineering degree either never enter the profession or they often quit. So I'm gonna give that back to you, and I would love for you to give your opinion on why you think. And Ruth, I'm going to jump to you next. Allison.
So I think to piggyback off of what I said is there's not a lot of women in leadership positions, and so young women don't have that mentorship. They don't see women, growing in their careers. So I think, they might start out in the career, and then they just don't see a path for growth or an opportunity for growth. And nobody wants to stay stagnant in their career, and so I feel like they end up changing fields very often.
Thank you. Ruth, can you add to that? Why do you, and I know these are our personal opinions, of course, they're our experiences, but that is a really big number, that 40%. Why do you think, what is your opinion on why that's so prevalent?
Speaking as a woman, I understand that there are a lot of, for personal and family reasons, oftentimes it's on the woman to stay at home or be the primary caretaker for their children. Often, if your children get sick, it's going to fall on the primary caretaker. Typically, in a straight couple, it's going to be the mom. And unfortunately, because of that siphoning of time, I can see how, there's that added pressure and kind of a drive to pull women away from these fields. Speaking, representing the LGBT community, so the AIA had a survey in 2018. For the first time, they asked, are you part of the LGBT community? And of the respondents, 7% said yes. And then the follow-up question was, do you feel comfortable being out and being yourself amongst family and friends? And 80% said yes. And the follow-up question to that was, what about in the workplace? And that number dropped down to 40%. So if you think about how we enter the workplace, wanting to feel, bring our full authentic self so that you can be 100% creative, 100% productive, and feel like your you have added value to your company and firm. If you get a feeling that, or you get the message, right, maybe through unconscious biases, that it's not enough for you to perform your job, you also have to fit into a certain way of being that's not authentic, that adds that layer of stress that may, you know, propel you to seek other jobs, maybe in graphic design, interior design, you know, maybe those are professions where it's more accepting. But in architecture, the statistic was there that only 40% of the respondents felt comfortable being out in the workplace.
So tell us about, Ruth, tell us about a time when you didn't feel like it was safe to be authentic.
I couldn't say that there was these moments, but it's continuous, right? So anytime we have a new client, I constantly think, okay, how am I going to come out to this client without making it a thing? You know, when I go on a job interview, I think, okay, typically I'm interviewed by someone higher up in leadership, and the profile of that person is typically going to be white male, older, and I think, should I make it known that I am gay? On the job site, you know, when I go into, you know, construction site, typically dominated by men and maybe a little bit more, let's say, you know, they may have their guards down. Do I feel safe in that environment? So it's not any one incident, but just kind of always, I always have that running dialogue of, am I going to be safe in this interview? Am I going to feel safe with this client, with this new consultant, meeting my new teammate, being on the job site, and constantly wondering at what point I need to make it known that I'm gay so that, you know, I don't have to be constantly thinking, what is that person thinking? And, you know, there's that dialogue that, you know, sort of pervades as you're trying to do your job.
We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. Thank you, Ruth. O'Neill, in preparation for today, you made a really interesting comment about the biases that we endure that come from outside, and then you mentioned something about the biases that we have about ourselves. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Certainly. So when I started at Loring, I actually started as an intern. It's the only company that I've ever worked. And I remember it had to be the first week or two that I was there. There was another, and I actually was born in Jamaica, came here to finish school. So there was an additional person there who was Jamaican, way older than me, and he was at that time the highest person in the company. Was an associate, and he pulled me to the side and he said, "Young man, you know, this is not the place for a black man. I'm telling you right now, you'll never get anywhere." And it didn't connect with me because it was like I didn't know what he was talking about, and because it didn't connect with me, I really kind of like just looked for opportunities within the company. And to be honest with you, there was no obstacles there. And it's almost like sometimes if you're not careful, you'll look around and tell yourself that you can't do something because of who you are. So I'm saying sometimes we even put the obstacles in our minds, and some of it is real, right, because of things that they experienced. But maybe because they went through certain things, it was easier for me. But I know that you have to be careful how you tell other people about your experience and what their limitations are, because it won't be their same experience. So it really is a story that, you know, I like telling, because I'm like, if I listened to him, I could have literally, at the end of that summer, not returned to Loring, but here I am, almost 20 years later.
Got it. So bias in and of itself, when we experience it, of course it's difficult. But when we believe it, when we allow other people to place the limitations on us, it's not until we actually believe it that it really becomes a real challenge. And so I understand that. And, you know, doing the diversity work, that was the very first time that I've ever heard anyone talk about not just the biases that we experience from others, but the ones that we do I believe the bias about myself? And that can be really difficult. So thank you. Yes.
I just want to say, some of the things that Ruth says about how she has this, nervousness about opening up. Like, I have the same thoughts, but I can't hide my complexion. So, I know that once I go in there, I have to face the fact that, hey, listen, I'm a black man, and whatever I'm thinking, people are thinking about me and my abilities because I'm black. I have to, deal with those also.
Absolutely. Absolutely. John, hello. All right, so, of course, we talked before, and I was able to listen to your perspective on a few things, and I just want to get your opinion. I've done a lot of work, of course, in diversity and inclusion, and one of the biggest challenges coming into organizations is getting buy-in from leadership, and then quite often leadership is white and male. I would like to ask you this question. Do you personally, when it comes to the move towards diversity and inclusion, not just in your organization, but it's really across the landscape, do you feel included? And I'll start with part one. Do you feel included?
Well, from a company standpoint, I feel very included in our organization's IDEA Alliance. And we do have senior leaders who are leading that. Aileen McGuire-Meyer, who's out here, is heading up the initiative. Again, John Trimble, our CEO, is involved in other senior leaders, and then a very diverse group under that. So yeah, I do feel included in the initiative. I will say, though, however, as you get on in your age, in your life, you start feeling a little bit disconnected from the company. As the company grows and the company gets younger, you just start feeling a little bit, do I still belong here? And it's, it's just a natural thing, I think. Do you still belong? Do they still look at you and say, well, he's getting pretty old? When's he going to leave, right? Things like that. And those go through your mind. It's very real. So from that standpoint, you start feeling a little different about things.
So what do you, John, feel would encourage more white men in our organizations, in our firms, to support diversity and inclusion initiatives?
Great question. Initially, I would think that we need to get to a point where it is a completely open environment to speak, because I think some of the younger individuals in our company, specifically young white males, get in these meetings and there's crickets, right? They don't want to upset anything. They don't want to say anything that's going to deem them a racist or a sexist, or say something. A couple of younger folks said to me when I said, how come you're not speaking up? And they said, well, my friend over at XYZ company spoke up, and it was career suicide. He was deemed a racist, he was deemed a sexist, whatever. And I believe in our company, especially in our company, because I'm biased for that, and that's a good bias, right? That everybody does things with positive intent. Nobody's sitting there looking at someone across a table and trying to say mean things to them or derogatory things. When you ask for people's opinions in order to get to the bottom and the root of the issues we may be fighting to move forward, you have to be able to let people speak and not get pushed on if it's not in the narrative that we're supposed to be living, right? So I think just more open communications would be critical, and there's got to be a comfort level for individuals to speak that they won't be pegged as something.
Thank you very much. I agree with you. And I know I'm not a panelist, but creating the safe space where we believe each other's intentions, even sometimes we don't get the language correct. If the intention is to create a fair playing field and to create a sense of belonging and inclusion, I really believe it's important that we begin to have these open dialogues, but set the foundation where it is safe. And it's okay if you say the wrong thing right now, because I know that it's coming from the right place.
And you said one key thing to me. You said language.
Yes.
right? There's a whole new language these days. And when you're in your 60s, it's like trying to learn French or Spanish, right? And I can't. I'm too old. My mind doesn't think that way. So when I say things sometimes, it's with no disrespect, it's with no offense. It's just my context that I've been on this earth for almost 64 years. I've lived through a lot of different things. Some of us have lived through a lot of different things than others have not, right? You have, I was born in the 50s, so I lived through the 60s with Martin Luther King, right? That was a big event, rioting and such. That's part of my context. The Vietnam War is part of my context, right? Kids these days don't have to worry about, am I going to get drafted, right? They're worried about playing their video games, right? It's a whole different thought process. Yeah. So when we say things, when I say something, I have no disrespect to anybody. It's just, that's my language, and it's tough to change that at my age.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
And can I just piggyback off of what John said too?
Yes,
I think
please.
it goes both ways as well. I think, as a woman to talk about some of this stuff, I don't want to be seen as complaining. You want to be seen as a strong woman. And so I think it can come from both sides. The person who's the bias is about and people who have that bias.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Rosalind Green, I understand that you have a leadership role in diversity and inclusion at your organization. So my question for you is, did you seek out diversity and inclusion, or did it find you? Is this something that you went looking for, or did it fall into your lap?
So I would say from my initial stint in diversity and inclusion, I was not looking for it. I had aspirations of becoming an attorney. So I worked in the law department. And because of the type of, and I'm from the South, so there's a little different environment there. So I started out in my higher ed in engineering. So I'm very good at numbers. So I started out saying I want to be an engineer. I was later encouraged to go into law. So I started working in the law department at the transit agency at Dallas Area Rapid Transit. In that role, I wasn't an attorney, I was a paralegal in that role, but in that role, I worked on employment law, and the type of issues and the type of concerns that kept raising up in the entity gave me a passion and a desire to find a way to try to rectify some of the things that I saw going on in the entity. So I did move forward and became Assistant Vice President of Diversity and Equal Opportunity. So I went from there and went through a couple of other transportation agencies. I worked in Atlanta, went back to school to get my PhD. I continued with my passion in equal opportunity. And of course, the best place to go would be New York City, the #1 transit agency. And so because I had a background and a passion to make a difference, I chose to apply for a position at the MTA, and they chose to allow me to become an asset.
Thank you very much. And this is gonna, this leads me into a question that I am going to put out here, and I'm going to give you all an opportunity to choose if you would like to answer this question. When it comes to the role you would like to play in creating a more inclusive environment, what do you have the power to do yourself? If you could have it any way you want it, what are some of the things that you personally would introduce in your organizations that might begin to level the playing field or make it a more inclusive environment?
I think that, and if you allow me to start the conversation, I think that the most effective and powerful tool is yourself. You can't be trained into diversity. The conversations that you have in the lunchroom, outside, with personal conversations, the opportunities that you have to turn a situation around when you see something happening, and you can be that person to change the tone or change that moment to be a positive one. That's those things and that's those opportunities that are very powerful. And it starts with each person looking into themselves and say, where are my biases? First of all, you have to admit that you have them. Each of us have biases. So we have to find a way to check ourselves and to check others in a way that is accepting, in a way that it is powerful and it leads people into wanting to change and not being forced to change. So I think those individual conversations, looking at yourself, understanding more about yourselves, and understanding how to have conversations. I was sitting there listening a moment ago, and people speak different languages. People have different understandings. People have different, they receive information differently based on who's saying it and how it is said, and those relationships that they had with individuals that are making those statements. So I think that if we kind of break down some barriers and have some just simple dialogues and have some powerful moments with individuals that you don't know so well, so that you can build those relationships, so that you can have those more meaningful conversations. I think if we all took a personal responsibility, we would change the agency. It doesn't take leadership, it takes each of us.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on that? What role would you like to play, and where would you like to start when it comes to creating more inclusive environments and making a shift? Yes.
Yes, I think there are practical ways to make a more inclusive work environment. At our firm at Datner Architects, we have an EDI committee, and we have formed a mission statement as well as some actionable items that would help to build our diversity, equity, inclusion. And one of those actionable items that we have as a priority are rules of engagement. We talk about unconscious bias and how we enter a meeting or a room and not knowing what is accepted, what's not accepted. And we're not talking about being rude or posturing a certain way. We're talking about making sure that everyone has a seat at the table, that we share the airspace, that we respect each other's time so we come prepared. That when someone is speaking, you're listening to understand, not to rebut. If someone has made a statement, you don't repeat that statement, mansplain, for example. So I think there are certain rules of engagement that we can set, and I think what we're doing is we're beginning to develop it so that everyone, levels the playing ground. So that's one practical step, and I think that will be, a huge help for not only, seasoned professionals, but for junior employees to kind of understand how they can participate in a meeting and not feel awkward, not feel like they don't know the rules.
Thank you. O'Neill?
So I have the advantage of being able to say what I've done, right? I think if you look on the Loring website, I think right now more than half of our staff identifies as minority. And we have an ever-increasing percentage of women in our company. And we don't have a specific diversity or inclusion program. It's because, I'll say, leadership consciously makes sure that we include everyone. And what we have noticed, and this is advice to all the companies out there, is when you have women in leadership, minorities in leadership, employees will want to come and work for your firm. It's easy in terms of when you're hiring. You'll get resumes. The first thing that they do, we've hired vice presidents, and they tell me after, O'Neill, all we did was looked at the website, look at the makeup, And if it was all white men, we would have never joined the company. I'm telling you, that's exactly what they say to me. So that's what I've realized, that as an advantage, like, and companies should be open to it, give the opportunity. And sometimes, and I've seen it myself, where I've been in discussions where we're like evaluating people for promotions. And this is early on, and there would have to be more, I'll say, explanation or more rationale to promote the woman or the minority versus someone else would just be a quick yes and no explanation needed. And I just flipped it all. Like, I would be the uncomfortable person in that room every single time. Like, they would try to maybe make decisions, not to make me, like, make them all uncomfortable, which was good, because you could play to your advantage. But it's like, literally, like, yeah, you have to, once you get to the table, not be scared to speak up for everybody like you or whoever is not represented there. So that's what I've done, and I've seen the results, so I know that it works.
Got it. John.
Well, I guess from my perspective, just to continue to encourage senior leadership involvement, I think that's critical, and also to stay engaged and in touch with the employees as best you can. As I said earlier, the company gets bigger. It's tough to know everybody. It's tough to be involved with everybody. However, there are individuals that I think you see in the company that you want to make sure you stay in touch with. We have a young black individual female who said to me one time, I think you said it, you know, I look up and I don't see anything that looks like me. I said, well, you know, our policies, we really usually hire lower level individuals and promote from within. I encouraged her, why don't you keep working hard and do what you can do best, and then you could be that person. So hopefully she listened to that, and she'll stay and hopefully grow in the company. But I think just senior leadership support is important.
Thank you. Brad?
I know for myself, as having a direct impact on the hiring of employees, you know, the things that I can do is just to be more open to I'll speak for myself or the disabled community, to all aspects of the disabilities, you know, what they can do, what they can't do, but ask them what they can do and how do they fit into the company. It also kind of, you know, to encourage them that, you know, this is not a roadblock for you. This is a stepping stone. You know, you can succeed and grow and become a leader in the company through hard work and determination, just like everyone else.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Allison?
I think for me, just continuing the conversation in a work environment and hopefully eventually becoming a role model for younger women.
Thank you. So we've got a lot going on up here. And I know personally, because I work in diversity and inclusion every day, that it is imperative. It should be very high, if not on the top of the list when it comes to priorities in an organization, for employees to feel like they are included and like they belong, and creating that sense of belonging. My question that I'm going to ask of each one of you, including Dr. Rosalind Green, is yes, diversity and inclusion is very important. What else? What else do we need? What else is missing? What would it take to create that sense of belonging in an organization, aside from diversity and inclusion? From your perspective, from where you sit, what else is going to be important to create the environments that we so desire when it comes to inclusion and belonging in our organizations? What else? Ruth?
I think there's two terms, right? There's the idea of a transactional employee and a relationship with an employee that is transactional versus transformative. I think in the past 2 years, we've realized that folks need a little bit more than just a transactional relationship with their employer, that We are all human beings, and we need to be able to relate with each other, and that's the best way to achieve and get the best work from each other. And part of that transformative relationship means being okay about talking about, you know, whether you're part of the LGBT community, talking about race, talking about disability, talking about the needs you have as a parent. I think having those conversations with your employer allows you to have a better understanding of where that person is coming from and not make decisions based on assumptions and, you know, biases. With that, you know, as an employer, you might say, okay, you've had a really rough week this week because of some personal crises. Let me give you a day off. On the flip side, then there could be weeks where there are pressing deadlines, and that same employee, because of the employer's understanding, would then say, let me stay longer because we want to meet the deadline. So instead of it being just transactional, if we have improved that relationship into a more transformative relationship where we begin to understand each other, I think that that's when you start to feel not just, okay, I am a person representing diverse community, or, you know, this space is inclusive for me. You really start to create a sense of belonging at that point, when you really feel that, you know, the human relationship, that connection has been formed between employer and employee.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. O'Neill, is inclusion enough? Will that, once we get that right, the diversity and the inclusion piece, is that enough? And if not, what's missing?
So, inclusion, I heard this a couple months ago. It's like being yourself at the table, right? Mm-hmm. Is it enough? I really don't know. What I've seen from my experience is that I think we have these definitions about, you know, different groups of people and so forth, and just almost like understanding, as Ruth is saying, is what's most important. Understanding that we're all different. You know, we have a team, like the team that actually I started the Energy and Commissioning Group in Loring, and one of the hallmarks of that is we had a group meeting like a couple weeks ago, and walking back, we went bowling, and it was like 35 people, and we're coming back, and they were saying to me, O'Neill, you realize there were Jews, Muslims, Christians, there were people from all different religions and backgrounds, different countries, and they all were having fun, getting along, and it was like amazing. And it's like almost like that's the place that we need to get to, where, you know, people can just be themselves and don't worry about their religion or anything, and understand it's work and they're working towards a greater good. And you'll be surprised how well it works, you know, in an organization.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. John.
I think, you know, as I mentioned earlier, having a safe work environment to be able to be open and honest with each other, I think is critical to move this initiative ahead. So from my perspective, that's it, and just keep it in touch.
Absolutely. That's safe. This is a safe space, and we're having an open conversation, and this is everything. And it seems like it's not a lot, but every one of these conversations gets us a little bit further ahead in being able to connect and create the environments that we really want to make. So, Brad.
You know, I think in addition to inclusion, there also has to be understanding. You know, we're all on this path, and we're all at different positions and on this path towards inclusion, and not creating a space, like John said, where opinions are punished. You know, we all have our opinions, we have our bias, you know, we're all working on them, but we also don't want to be ostracized the first time we offend somebody in the wrong way. And I know for myself, I do get those responses, and my response is not to hate them. You know, they most of the time the feedback I get is from a place of caring, you know, or misunderstanding.
Thank you, and I totally agree. Allison, is diversity and inclusion Is it going to be enough, or is there more? And if so, what more is there?
I think that one thing that we could add to it is employees want to feel valued. They want to feel like they're a valuable part of the team. And speaking off of what Ruth said, having that relationship with your employer and feeling like, you know, they're personally invested in you, I think would go a long way.
Absolutely. Thank you. Dr. Rosalind Green.
I agree with most everything what everyone has said. I think that one of the things that we have to get past is a us and a them, and you know, fitting in or not fitting in. Organizations have to create a culture that it's all of us. You know, we're one. If it hurts you, it hurts me. It's a caring and equitable organization. So when I say an equitable organization, it's more than just, I want to count how many colors are here or how diverse I am or make sure I've checked all the boxes. It's one that says that you can succeed. We're going to give you a pathway to succeed. We want you to succeed. What I see in most employees and in most organizations is that they both want to succeed. The employees want to do a good job, and organizations want productive employees. There's just not a connection sometimes that they know how to get there together. So I think that we have to focus more on having a welcoming environment where you feel like you're welcome there. You feel like you're part of the team. You feel like you are the team. You feel like the team cares, the organization cares. And when you have a caring organization, when you make rules, when you make policies, when you have procedures, you have a mindset of wanting your employees to thrive and be happy and productive. And when you have happy and productive employees, then the organizations get more out of the employees without having to force it or having to put so many rules in place. So I think that we have to kind of look at it a little differently. I think sometimes we get so bogged down with diversity and inclusion and doing the right thing and that sort of thing, and we just kind of forget that we are one community. We have a culture, and we're going to enforce that culture. And when we hire people that are going to be wanting to advance that same culture and have that same mindset that we have. And that is one of making sure that we have a welcoming, thriving environment for our employees that result in higher productivity and a flourishing organization.
Thank you, Dr. Rosalind Green. So I am going to open us up for questions to the panel. And I'm going to make a quick closing statement, and then we're going to open up for questions, and we'll see where this goes. So with the new year beginning, this is the perfect time to begin to have tough conversations with our teams and to talk about some of the diversity, equity, and inclusion goals that we can set. It is important to listen to our teams and to our employees' visions for diversity and inclusion, and be sure to engage everyone, absolutely everyone. We will not always have all the right answers when having difficult conversations. We won't always use the right language, and we won't always know exactly where the conversation is going to go. But it is our responsibility to measure the intent and the impact of our words. If we're going to create meaningful conversations, we have to be ready to not just talk, but to also listen. So I would love this 2022 to be a year when we don't just talk the talk, but we walk the walk. And a year where we not only create diversity goals and initiatives, but where we actually advance them. So thank you for joining us today for this panel discussion. We'd like to open this up for questions now. Yes, do we have a microphone? Okay, you're loud. Okay. Yes. Dr. Green, did you get that question? That's okay. We're grabbing the microphone for the next one. So I'm going to ask Dr. Green to answer this question. When it comes to creating ERG groups, internal groups within the company, pretty much where do you start and what are the rules? If there is a group that's created just for, let's say, African Americans, do others join that group as well, or is that a separate group? And if so, at what point do these groups come together to collaborate? So I'm going to put that back to Dr. Green.
Thank you for that question. I think employee resource groups are great. They are engaging, they are motivating to the employees, and they give great feedback and insight to what the employees are thinking. At the MTA, we have 9 employee resource groups. They're all, and they work together. So the 9 employee resource groups are under one umbrella for the Transportation Diversity Committee. So we definitely encourage our employee resource groups that's one avenue that they can learn about each other. So when the events are being initiated by one employee resource group, the others go to those events and learn. And what we have found is that many times the employee resource groups actually get together and they plan events for each other's specific days or the important days that is being celebrated by one group. Another group may come on and help with that planning and help put those groups together. Whenever we have the employee resource groups, when they're in their recruitment efforts, one of the statements that are on all of the advertisements or the flyers is that you don't have to be a female to be part of Executive Women in Transportation. You don't have to be Black to be part of the BEGIN group, which means Black Employee Group for Inclusion and Networking. We want everyone. We want anyone who's interested to become part of our group. We also have had great success in the executive champions. For example, the executive champion of Executive Women, it's Empowering Women in Transformation. I keep going back to another day, but it's Empowering Women in Transformation. Their executive sponsor is not a female. And that is a very active employee resource group at the MTA. So to answer the question, yes, you do want others. You want anyone to become eligible and engaged and members of those employee resource groups. In fact, you ought to encourage it. And then when you have someone like the leadership that's going to sponsor it, you want that to be diverse as well. You don't want it to necessarily be of that particular resource group, like the Black Employee Group for Inclusion and Inclusion and Networking. Their executive sponsor is not a Black executive, it's a white executive. That opens communications, that broadens horizons, that gives way to other conversations that those individuals can have with people that they talk to on a regular basis. And it's just a great idea.
Thank you so much. I think that's wonderful. I do. I think that's wonderful. Any other questions? Any questions for the panelists? Yes.
I was actually going to ask a question about employee resource groups, so you kind of stole my thunder, but my question was more about, so if you don't work for a firm with thousands of employees and you have, say, 500 or 150 employees, and maybe you have a handful of minorities, maybe you have employees who actually haven't come out about being gay, maybe you have just a few veterans, or as Brad said, you're only one of any visibly disabled employees. It's pretty tough to form an employee resource group. Do you have any suggestions for going forward? We put that out there. We have an active women's network. We have an active young professionals group. But when we put out the ask, if there were any others that wanted to form, it was crickets. And I know that we have people in a number of underrepresented minorities, but I think it's sort of like, when you're in junior high and you go to that first dance and everybody stands against the wall and nobody wants to be first. When you're in a smaller firm, how do you facilitate that? And I suspect Ruth might have a little bit of feedback on that from an organization she's involved with, again, within a very large population within New York City. So, but if you have any suggestions, I bet many of us would love to hear them.
Yeah, so we have employee resource groups that have been quite successful, meeting on a regular basis. For example, our women's group. But there are other employee resource groups that haven't really gotten off the ground. But there are other outlets, other ways to kind of meet and have conversations without formalizing the group. One of the things we've done over the pandemic when we weren't able to meet with each other face-to-face was develop a D&I teams within Microsoft Teams, and then from there we created channels specific to Asian Americans or LGBTQ, and allow that conversation just to kind of be open to anyone who wants to post an article or a recent event. So in a way, that barrier to starting that group or meeting is very low. So you can kind of pop in and check out if someone's posted something, make a comment, very much the way social media runs. So I think that that's an opportunity right there. We have 120 architects, so it's a very small group, while we do have large representation in terms of LGBTQ. You're not necessarily going to form all the ERGs that you think are required of each firm. So finding these other kind of creative outlets where people can, have conversations and keep it very casual is also very effective.
And I'd like to piggyback on that. As I mentioned, we have 9 employee resource groups, but we have some that, everybody kind of relates to. We have like all generational employee resource groups. So you have people within different generation, generation X and Y and Z and that sort of thing. So they have some fun things going on with that. We have multicultural employee resource group. So there's some ways that you can just make a generalized title, that you can pull more people in. You can just say employees on the move, and then you just have more people come in, and then sometimes you just focus on certain events that would be relative to other groups, but you do it as a group. So that that's part of your charter. Is that you're going to look at these special days that come up throughout the year, or the diverse that have a diverse interest in those days, and having events that you put on, and that also helps those employees to become more aware and engage in dialogue about the importance of those days to the different segments of the workforce. So there's some creative ways to go out there and have employee resource groups without them being specific to a race or a gender or veteran status.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Sorry, so with the probably hundreds of, companies represented here, I'm sure that there there's some out there that might not have leadership that's explicitly really on board or active in promoting some of the things that we're talking about today. What suggestions do you have for gaining that? I know we talked about there's definitely a monetary financial benefit to having diverse workforces, but is there any other ways that you guys can suggest to get more leadership on board?
I will take that. Yes. So today, the presentation, the keynote over lunch that I was able to present to you all is, again, a very small piece of a couple of presentations. One of them is called The Business Case for Diversity and Inclusion. I've found what's been very successful in getting leadership on board is to talk dollars and cents. There are a million good reasons to champion diversity and inclusion, but companies want to know what's in it. Where, what's the bottom line? And the business case for diversity and inclusion, even though I was able to show a few small pieces, really drives home very effectively why diversity and inclusion is more than just a nice thing to do. And it begins to show, again, the impact, the return on investment, how engagement, connects very closely, employee engagement with inclusion. And so I would say that I would suggest that if not a workshop, at least getting, and I can send it to you with no problem, just some of the information that begins to show a different perspective and showing oftentimes what's in it for me will often get that interest and get that buy-in. So I really believe that in some cases, you got to show them the dollars and cents and why it's important. Anyone else comment on that? Okay.
I think that there's much research out there about how more productive organizations are when they are diverse. I mean, any executive briefing that you go to, you won't find much talk. I would say none, but you can never say none. That does not lend an ear to how much more money, how much more growth, how much more productivity, how much more connection to the community for your products, how much the communities are changing, becoming more diverse. The business case for diversity is out there. Another way is there's a lot of TED Talks that speak to, on executive subjects, and to executives. And that's another way that you can give some little clips from TED Talks that may lend a suggestion or give some encouragement to listening to the business case of diversity. But no matter how much information you put out there, people are going to need to want to embrace diversity. And those that don't find themselves that they are losing ground when you don't embrace diversity, because it's so tangent to everything that we do.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Uh-oh.
Does it work? Oh, it does. And mine is maybe somewhat already been answered, but I'll throw it out there to anybody on the panel. If you were empowered to have your organization make one change that would advance DEI, does something stick out to you that you'd be like, if you're going to start this or wherever you are in your journey in your company, this one thing could be super impactful for our organization?
That's a good question. If there's one thing, I think if there's one thing I'd say is you have to display fairness to everyone, like give everyone equal opportunity, because people are noticing. So I think if you're fair and give everyone equal opportunity, I think that's like the biggest thing that you could do.
I guess I can just add on to that. If you look at the population changes in the United States and where we'll be recruiting from, If you don't get involved in this, you're going to go on the wayside. So that's part. And secondly, you know, when I talk about the senior leaders getting involved in this, you know, as we always say, sometimes if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem, right? And I think anybody, any smart CEO or senior leader that doesn't realize that diversity makes a difference, not only in our company, but in society, is very short-sighted.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The only thing that I would add to that, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
No, go ahead.
Okay. The only thing that I would add to that is it does something to employees to hear the leader say it. So if the one thing that I would encourage all organizations to do is to have the leaders say something about diversity and inclusion and their stance on diversity and inclusion, that goes a long way.
Yes, yeah, leadership buy-in is everything. I've been working with ACEC since 2018, I believe. And the number of organizations under ACEC that had diversity and inclusion initiatives when I first started was, you know, by show of hands in a room of maybe 100 HR professionals, was less than probably 30%. That's changed a lot. But one of the things I hear most is that it cannot just be the role of the human resource person. It has to be a group effort. And the leadership, when leadership buys in, it makes it so much easier. There are tons of things for human resources to handle. Diversity and inclusion should be a team sport, absolutely. So leadership, let's get on board, absolutely. Well, I just want to close out by thanking again our panel, Ruth, O'Neill, John, Brad, Allison, and Dr. Rosalind Green. Thank you so much for your transparency and bravery today and joining in this panel. And I'm going to turn it back over to whoever's next. Have an amazing afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to talk with you in this safe conversation today.
Okay, it's working. All right, if I could get everybody's attention. Everybody, I just need your attention for a few minutes. You know, when I was at the Business Council, they used to say, send Evers up to the mic, he'll get everybody's attention. So I want to see if it works now that I'm at ACEC New York. I guess it does. Okay, well, I want to kick off our legislative reception tonight. I'm very, very happy to have our special guest with us. But what I'd like to do is make sure that Ray doesn't leave us. But I want to hand the podium over to the chairman of ACEC New York, Rick Zatola, who's going to introduce our past chairman. So, Rick, it's all yours.
Amazing, Johnny. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our annual Infrastructure Policy Networking event. I'm Rick Zatola, chair of ACEC New York, and I'm thrilled to welcome you all to the Albany Capitol Center. I would like to first recognize and thank the sponsor for tonight's event. It's STV Group. Thank you very much for your support. And I think we're going to have maybe a 30, 45-minute program tops. So if everyone could enjoy the beverages and the bounty quietly, and I think we'll have a really good, successful event, and we'll hear from our speakers. So welcome to all the legislators who took the time to be here with us tonight. Please enjoy your evening and take the opportunity to build connections with the ACEC leaders of the engineering industry of all across this great state. Be sure to take a copy of Palm Card, and this Palm Card summarizes our advocacy priorities for the year. Thank you for all of your dedication to the industry and to a sustainable and thriving New York. And I'd also like to thank the Legislative Committee and Maria Lehman. Your efforts on behalf of our industry and the built environment of New York were crucial to the well-being of our communities. I also want to thank the staff, facilitators, and coordinators of the Legislative Committee, and that would be Campbell Wallace, Director of Government Relations for the New York State, Bill Murray, Vice President of the Metropolitan Region, and Taylor Palmer, Government Relations Associate in New York City. And now I'd like to turn the podium over to the National Director of ACEC New York to speak further on these legislative goals for 2022. So please welcome Ray DiDazio.
Thank you, Rick. Good evening, everyone. I want to, of course, thank you all for coming to our reception tonight, because we're on the cusp of great things happening in this state, in the built environment. Our new governor has committed to record-setting funding for state and local roads and bridges. We're excited to have a 5-year, $32 billion Department of Transportation capital plan. The governor is also committed to big increases to support education facilities and public buildings. The budget has a lot of new money for clean water and renewable energy projects and infrastructure. The budget announcement from 2 weeks ago showed a real commitment to building for New York's future. There's a lot of energy out there to take advantage of the money flowing from the federal bipartisan infrastructure bill to help with big projects, but a lot of focus on local projects that really improve our quality of life as well. Our members will design and improve structures, facilities, and systems that help the people of New York State travel easier, save energy, have clean water and a resilient environment, and do it in an equitable way. Not all of our focus is on the executive branch, however. The legislature plays an enormous role in crafting and delivering our public policy that shapes our state and infrastructure. It writes the rules for our firms, for our clients, and for our public sector partners. And with this power, of course, comes great responsibility to get these rules right. Many ideas are introduced that have potential, but lack the refinement or detail or an awareness of real-world application to be useful or effective, and especially not harmful. Thoughtful, pragmatic, and responsive legislators who have put in the time and effort to work through complicated issues to deliver good legislation stand tall among their colleagues. That said, and without any further delay, I'd like to recognize our 2022 Legislator of the Year, Assemblyman Kenneth Zebrowski. So let me just give you a little bit of background, and then we'll present the award. Assemblyman Kenneth Zebrowski represents the 96th Assembly District, which includes New City, West Nyack, Haverstraw, and Nanuet. So if you're one of his constituents, please make sure you engage with your Assemblyman here tonight. He's the chair of the Committee on Government Operations and a member of the Committees on Rules, Ways and Means, Ethics and Guidance, Governmental Employees, Judiciary and Emerging Workforce. Man, you're working hard. Assemblyman Zebrowski embodies thoughtful, pragmatic, and the detailed legislator that I have described. The Committee on Government Operations was tasked with considering legislation related to encouraging the use of low-embodied carbon concrete. As engineers, we are profoundly aware of our obligation to design infrastructure, not for this generation, but for our children and our grandchildren and their children and their grandchildren. It's critical for us as responsible engineers to demand the use of sustainable materials that deliver the engineering performance that public safety demands while containing less embodied carbon, using fewer resources to produce, and imposing fewer demands on the planet. The legislation before Assemblyman Zebrowski's committee aspired to those goals, but as originally written, was misguided with procurement goals, engineering obligations, and construction realities. He and his team listened and coordinated with our working group, led by structural engineers, concrete experts, and legal consultants. They absorbed the technical input from these professionals and practitioners and redrafted a bill that will not only more effectively incentivize the use of low-embodied carbon concrete, but deliver a workable, reasonable, and practical approach that aligns public owners, contractors, and engineers in this goal. This was a win not just for our industry, but also for thoughtful, balanced, and clear-headed public policy. Assemblyman Zebrowski, we are grateful for your leadership and honored to present you with the Legislator of the Year Award. Congratulations. Thank you. So, Assemblyman, would you say a few words?
Sure. Well, thanks so much. Let me just first say this award is wonderful. It's got an old picture of New City, New York, which is where I was born, where my office is, one of the places I represent. Looks like an old postcard from probably when my father and his family first moved up from Manhattan. And actually, my mother's side of the family, they go back a couple generations in Rockland. They used to work on Rockland Lake when it used to send ice down to New York City and supply a lot of New York City with ice and brick. Came from Rockland County. Built a lot of the buildings down there and from the Haverstraw, and a lot of ice in Rockland Lake. And my mother's side of the family worked there. But less about me. Let me just say thank you. It's been a pleasure to work with ACEC on many issues. I think we're aligned in a desire to ensure that New York continues to grow, to build, to repair, and to reinvent itself. When any state or municipality stops doing that is when you start to see periods of decline. And certainly the economic conditions can ebb and flow, but you always need to remember that a state needs to keep moving forward, and I think we do it together in partnership. That's sort of, broad generalities, philosophies as a legislator, but, in terms of chairing a committee and attempting to consider and work on and deliberate over legislation, I've always considered myself to be somebody that tries to bring folks to the table, that tries to be detail-oriented, that tries to do data. And probably for an organization like yours, it can be frustrating sometimes because you're the experts in the field. You're the folks that look to science, that look to data, and that try to do things based upon all the training you have. And us legislators, we all come from different sectors. Many of us are in different careers, but we have to be generalists because we handle so many things, and the Governmental Operations Committee has a large jurisdiction of 600 or 700 bills in any given year that we considered. Talked about the low-embodied concrete. But we need to draw from the expertise of associations like yours and from experts out in the field and bring folks together and spend the time to get the policy issues right. Sometimes those are not things that are on the front page of the newspaper or that are being talked about on the major cable news stations, but it's things that affect everyday people's lives, and it is also things that affect professions, and in your case, affect the very important infrastructure that is around our state. So what I try to do in each and every day is to put in that time and try to be someone that's not just, taking a talking point and turning it into policy, but taking ideas and crafting them in a collaborative way to make sure that New York State is the best that we can possibly be, whether we're dealing with infrastructure or we're dealing with any of the important issues. I just walked over from a budget conference in the Assembly, and we'll be dealing with 6 or 7 major policy areas. I don't think we'll be dealing with infrastructure tonight. I think that's tomorrow. But in each one of those, you have chairs and legislators that are discussing things in a room and with a budget where it's numbers on a page, but those numbers on a page and that Article 7 and language that's attached to it will affect real people's lives and will be seen by constituents throughout our state in all the projects that it affects. So we need to make sure that we conduct ourselves as legislators with that knowledge of how important that is. So I'm really appreciative of this award. I thank you for it, and I'll just end with saying I pledge my continued collaboration on the issues that are important to all of us. So thanks so much. Thank you, Assemblyman. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations, Assemblyman. And as I've said to many people when it comes to legislative affairs, it's very, very important to be engaged. With one stroke of the pen, state law can change that impacts our profession and our careers and our jobs. Nothing is more important when the session is in than to be ever vigilant and work with our partners. We are extremely honored that this bill was changed by the Assemblyman and enacted into law in a workable form. It's people like Assemblyman Zebrowski that make ACEC successful. So I hope when you see your Assemblymen and Senators here tonight, you thank them and you offer your support to work on the issues of importance to us as the engineering community. Thank you, everyone.